Okay, good evening. Before we start, I'd like to make sure that everyone in the room is signed in for this meeting at the back entrance. If you have not, please do so. It must be on record. I'm Robert Tanner. The other board members are Scott Calhoun, John DePlacido. I'd like to introduce the following members. Matthew Puz, Zoning and Development Officer. Julie Maggio, Assistant Zoning and Development Officer. Denise Pizarro from Zoning and Development. Jeremy Toman, Board Solicitor. Tamara Doxey, Court Reporter. After the presentation by the appellant, the board will hear from those in question of the appeal, those in favor, and those opposed. Any documents or evidence that is presented must be kept for a period of 60 days for our records. After all the presentations are made, the board will recess. We'll then reconvene and make our decisions. The board has 45 days to render a decision, but they're usually made this evening. If you do not care to wait for the decision, you may call the zoning office in the morning after 8:30 a.m. I would now ask that everyone please stand to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, we have 4 appeals on the agenda for tonight. I'm going to take first appeal number 23-04, Bob and Amy Edelman for property located at 1210 Kelso Drive, seeking a variance to expand a non-conforming dwelling. Please approach, state your name and address. Please make sure if there are 2 of you, just one at a time so we can properly record it. Thank you.
Just to be clear, it's 210 Kelso?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had the right address. I'm Amy Edelman, this is my husband Bob Edelman. We're here to apply for a variance for the addition. We'd like to put on our single-family one-story ranch. The ranch was built in approximately 2008. It's approximately 988 square feet with a 6-foot front porch. The addition will be to the back portion of the property of the house of approximately 611 square feet. The home is currently a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. It's quite small. We would just wish to add it for more living area. Currently, the zoning allows for 25% addition according to the Presque Isle Gateway new zoning. The addition would be harmonious with the other structures and consistent with the character of the house for this location. The additional square footage would also add value to the property as well. We did send in some drawings, or some pictures of our house, and sort of a drawing of how we wanted it to look. I don't know if everyone has copies of that.
Yes, we do have that in our package.
Okay.
So Matt, is the only issue the 25% expansion? Would the expansion meet all setbacks?
From my understanding, it's a second-floor addition to not exceed the existing footprint, so yes, it would meet the setbacks.
Can you confirm that? Is it the existing footprint of the building that's going to stay the same? You're just adding a second addition?
That's
to the
correct.
back portion?
That's correct.
Yes.
On the back portion, second story.
So this does not extend beyond the length of the house now in the back?
No, not
So
at
it's
all.
just up on
Just
top?
going up, yeah.
What is the height of the,
The height limit now with the new zoning, I believe, is 100 feet.
no, I mean, what is your plan to raise the second?
Just one story, so it'd be a 7.5-foot ceiling, and I'm not sure what the roof pitch would be.
I believe it's 412 at this point.
Okay. It's nothing excessive.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So what is the percentage increase? The way I read this, it says 573%, which obviously isn't.
Yeah, that's not correct.
Appears to be 50, I would guess 53%, 57.
You know what? I'm sorry, that's 57.3%.
Oh, okay, there's a point, okay. I understand
Yes, there
now.
is. I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
It's on the 3.
Okay, makes sense.
Have you discussed this with any of your neighbors?
We did, the neighbors to the left and to the right of us, they had no problem with it. You know, we're friends, so they didn't seem to object.
And if I recall, they have 2 stories as well?
The one to, if you're facing the house to the left does, the one to the right is like, 1 story with a loft. But directly across the street from us is a 2-story.
Okay. And this is part of the, Matt, this is part of the Presque Isle Gateway District.
Yes.
Was this anything that was in place? Would this have presented an issue before that?
No.
Just
No, it would not have.
full understanding, okay?
In terms of sight lines, I guess, property behind you, that's just a ravine? Is that what it looks like?
Yes, yeah, we have backyard and then the ravine.
Okay.
And by adding space, you're going up, is there any reasons or any obstacles to expanding in width or depth?
Well, we couldn't go sideways. We only have 7 feet of yard
Okay,
on either side, approximately 7, 8 feet.
okay,
So you couldn't go sideways for sure. And I don't believe you're allowed to go to the rear either because of over encroaching on the size of the lot if you kept going towards the back. And we have a patio back there, so we really don't want to take away our patio. So
understand.
up is the best way to go.
Okay.
You've been there since, what, 2015?
Yes.
I have no more questions.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Does anyone in the audience have any comments on this? Please approach. State your name, address, and anything you'd like to say.
My name is Tim Shuttleworth. The address that I have nearby is 3214 Lake Lore Drive, which is in the same subdivision of Kelso Woods, so the same neighborhood. The home is owned by myself and my wife, Anna Lynn, who's not here yet. I just wanted to say that it's refreshing to see somebody spending some money down there and improving properties. And none of the restrictions on the books apply very well in Kelso Woods because it's a very old community with a lot of unusual structures. It's part of the charm of the area, actually. And so whenever I see somebody willing to step up and try to improve their property and make an improvement for the community, I think it should be supported.
Okay,
So we're in support.
okay. Thank you, appreciate this. Anyone else?
I'm Ken Kurzek, and I own a property at 204 Kelso, right below the ones, and I'm all for it. Whatever they want to do,
Okay,
good with me.
okay.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving on. Appeal number 23-5, Cafaro Peach Creek Joint Venture Partnership for property located at Unit 905 Mill Creek Mall, 5900 Peach Street, seeking a variance for sign regulations to exceed the allotted number of wall signs for a building located in the C2 Regional Commercial District.
May I?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Cafaro Sr. I live at 1374 Warner Road in Hubbard, Ohio. The last time I appeared here is over 40 years ago at one of the early variance hearings for our Mill Creek Mall. But tonight I'm merely functioning as a company consultant on behalf of Cafaro Peach Creek Joint Venture, who is the record owner. I extend my appreciation to the board for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation this evening. The crux of our variance is a desire to obtain, on behalf of our prospective tenant, Phantom Fireworks, permission to install 3 building-mounted signs on, as you said, unit number 905. Unit 905 was formerly occupied by OfficeMax, so you might know where that is. The township regulations, of course, limit exterior building-mounted signs to only 2 sides of a building. Quite frankly, in most cases, we agree with that decision. As a matter of fact, our own internal lease criteria limit building signs to only 2 sides of a building. The board doesn't want commercial project in the township to be like Las Vegas, and nor do we. However, there are always exceptions to any rule. For example, presently at the mall, the following buildings have signs on 3 sides. And I hope they've all been approved by you, but they have signs on 3 sides. JCPenney, Boscov's, Firestone, Erie Institute of Technology, David's Bridal, Arby's, Starbucks, Red Lobster, Men's Warehouse, Sonic, and Smoky Bones, 11 occupants. And believe me, the exceptions granted for the above mall occupants were for good and valid reasons. And we believe that unit number 905 is also a reasonable exception to your general rule. Let me explain the reasons for our request, supporting our request. First of all, the proposed occupant, Phantom Fireworks, is a retailer that is new to the Erie trade area with little or no existing brand or logo recognition, nor any product or name identity. Signage, therefore, is extremely significant in order for them to introduce themselves to this marketplace. Second, I'd like to bring out this large site plan. So I just put it right here.
Sure.
Actually, if you could put it
Where you
back,
think?
yeah, back
Behind there?
Yeah, so then the public can see as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Like that?
Yeah, that should be.
I hope that you can still see it. Don't worry, I'll tell you when it's on.
We have this in our package.
So as you can see, the building marked in yellow. It's a freestanding building, okay? And it is located between the mall to its east, the strip center where Dick's and DSW is to the west, and it faces Interchange Road to the south. They obviously need a sign here, that's where their pedestrian customer entrance is going to be. There's a lot of traffic at this center. Hopefully you've been there and you've shopped. You know they need visibility from the strip center. Most important one is from the south. This is where 90% of the traffic will be entering on this side of the mall. This is about 2,000 feet, almost 2,000 feet. So they need visibility from the east, from the west, and from the south, okay? The third reason supporting our request is that the signs that they are proposing, fireworks, Phantom Fireworks is proposing, is less than your code's maximum square footage. We're not requesting signs that are larger than your code's permissible sign areas. What I'm trying to say is they're not being greedy. They're asking for 3 signs, not 2, but the individual signs are in each case less in size than what your code would permit. Now, I have a chart that shows the variances in square footages, which I can give you if you care to see, or I can just, let me give you the bottom line. The bottom line is the proposed sign area for the east building side, south building side, and west side is 416 square feet in total. If they were to put 3 signs and using the maximum size, they'd have 577 square feet of signage. So the signs they're requesting are 161 square feet less in size than is dictated by your code. One additional note, for some reason, Office Max, they were granted the right to install 4 building-mounted signs. I don't know why, but they had 4. The 4th reason in support of our variance is that you need not be concerned about setting a precedent by approving this. Yes, we have 11 tenants, but 11 out of almost 200 occupants is not that bad. This is what your code calls a special circumstance, right, reading from your sign regulations. Reason 5 for the variance is that authorization for this variance is necessary in order to make a successful use of this building. Patrons entering from one of all the 3, 4 sides, okay, must be able to easily locate this building. If they can't, this will not be a successful retail venture. Reason 6 is the variance has not been created by the appellant. Instead, it is due to the unique physical placement of this building in relationship to the surrounding driveways, okay, and the adjacent roadways. 7th, the requested variance, and this is your language, will not in any manner alter the neighborhood, okay? Because the neighborhood in which we're located is the entirety of the Mill Creek complex. It's all commercial. And it will not in any way impair the appropriate use of any adjacent property. Also, granting this variance will not be contrary to your intent of the sign codes. The additional 3rd sign will not obstruct the views, nor will it distract any motorists. Finally, let me tell you something about Phantom Fireworks. Phantom Fireworks was founded in 1977, and it is today acknowledged as one of America's premier consumer fireworks retailers. They operate approximately 85 permanent showrooms in 15 states. And of those 85, 13 are in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So they're new to this immediate market. They're not new to Pennsylvania. They also operate over 1,500 temporary sales locations. The kind usually they put up the tents around 4th of July, okay? The point I'm making is that Phantom clearly is not a fly-by-night operator. They are a solid, reputable company that we believe deserves your consideration. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
One of the questions I have is, as the sign on the south side,
Yes.
well, anyway, I think most of the traffic that would enter from interchange, I'm sure there's
Right.
some from the east there coming around the backside. But how much the west sign, if you're coming
Facing west or facing south?
west?
What I have here, and I can give this to you.
Oh, we have
Oh, okay.
for the actual sign itself.
The south side, the west, east is 139. The west is 108 square feet.
Yeah. What I'm asking is, if you're coming in from Interchange Road on the south side, going to the north, from Interchange going to the north, wouldn't you see the south sign coming in, even to the strip mall to the west?
You're over here. Well, at some point.
If you're coming from
If you come right
interchange.
down here,
Yeah.
you're gonna see it.
Yeah,
If you're up here, you're not gonna see it. It's a matter of, where's that line?
yeah,
It doesn't impair anything by being on this side, and this whole section of the plaza
yeah.
would have a difficult time seeing this sign here. And again, it's the smallest of the three
Mhm.
signs,
No.
108 square feet. And I think we are entitled, your code would permit us to install on that wall on the west side, 190 square feet. It would permit us to and this was not in the package that was submitted to you, so I will give this to you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that shows you the relative sizes as compared to the square footages that would be permitted based upon the length of each wall. So 1 square foot times the length.
And they are taking the entirety of the Office Max building?
Well, they're going to be taking the entirety of it, but only utilizing 12,000 feet. They don't need 34,000 feet. They really do not. So they're going to be taking it, they're taking the entire, as far as the outside of it, but they are not permitted to have other occupants. By code, you cannot have a multi-tenant building selling fireworks. You have to be a freestanding building. So they're going to take it and basically cut out a 12,000 square foot room inside the 34,000 square foot building, which is another thing we've got to get a variance from the building department on. But that's a whole different story.
And so the balance of the building.
Will be vacated, will be vacant.
What about other signage? Is there other pylon, monument signs?
The only other signage that they will have is we have a little, it's like a vertical, it's not a pylon per se, it's called the promenade shops. We're going to give them a panel, what is it, 12 inches by 5 feet or something, whatever size those panels are.
At the entrance there off of Indian.
Yeah, off of Interchange Road. That's exactly right. That's it. Yeah, they would love to put a 100-foot high mast pylon sign, obviously. But we've talked them into the 12-inch sign.
I know it's a tough call, but is there any data or some, if we didn't have that west sign there, that,
Let me put it this way. They think it's necessary. We've been in the development business for years. We think it's necessary, okay? It is a contingency. They have the right to walk on the deal if we don't get them a third sign. Now, will they do that? Would they do that? I don't know. That's not my decision. I would respectfully request that you approve it, given the fact that it really doesn't create any hardship, any problems, doesn't distract any motorists, all the things that I went through. It doesn't do any of that. So we believe that it's warranted.
Matt, is there any
Okay.
prior record with respect to the Office Max having 4 signs?
That was approved under the prior ordinance, which would have permitted multiple signs on.
Okay, so this is just because of the new,
Correct,
okay.
correct.
So under the old ordinance, what was the maximum amount of?
It was, I believe, was it 1 square foot for every, honestly, I think it was up to 300 square feet per sign, per side.
So you could have 4 signs.
Yes, yeah.
Good question. Anything else?
no? I'm good.
Good, Chairman.
Well, I guess just one question. I mean, you've owned the mall complex for how long?
It's late 70s, mid-70s, 76, 77.
And then
That's
that
why it's been so
building-
long since I've been here.
Right. And that building, I guess, when was that building constructed? Do you know offhand?
Let's see. That was probably in the mid-80s,
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Sounds right.
It was Office Max, and then it was expanded, 'cause they were like 20-some thousand feet, and they expanded to 30-some thousand feet. It was a good uniform.
2017, that's all right.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to ask you, do you believe it would be appropriate for me to leave, since I've got to drive back to Youngstown, and although the snow has stopped now? I don't want to be rude or inconsiderate to this board by leaving before you come back with your decision.
Definitely not considerate, no.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this? Okay. Next up is appeal number 23-6, Erie Humane Society for property located at 2433 Zimmerly Road, seeking a dimensional variance for a crematory within 750 feet of an adjacent dwelling in the MU2 corridor mixed-use district.
Apologize for the size, but it's mostly diagrammatic, but it'll help kind of convey our story here. I'm Jenna Druzak. I'm a principal and architect with Weber Murphy Fox. I'm here representing Humane Society, and we have Nicole Leone, executive director of the Erie Humane Society. I'm at 3230 Westlake Road, Erie PA 16505. Nicole is at 2407 Zimmerly Road, 16506. Zimmerly. So I'll speak to where we're at. The Humane Society has 2 parcels of land on the south side of Zimmerly, just west of interchange and I-79 there. So that's this diagram here. This larger parcel to the east and a secondary parcel to the west. The larger parcel is 2407. That shelters the main shelter as well as our business operations. So that's 2407. We are looking today at 2433 Zimmerly, which is right next door. So they're adjacent lots. The existing shelter, the larger parcel of land, does have a crematorium. It does assist in everyday uses of the shelter and the adjacent clinic. At 2433, the Erie Humane Society has a veterinary clinic and grooming services. What we are asking is a variance to install a second crematorium in a detached garage behind that veterinary clinic. The initial crematorium that they currently own, operate, and is currently permitted through the Department of Environmental Protection and the Department of Ag is about 290 feet from an existing residential dwelling. If we were to put a second one in at this property, it would be about 90 feet from the adjacent property to the west. So we are seeking a variance to allow a crematorium within 90 feet of a residential dwelling today.
So a couple things that you probably don't have that I'm going to give to you because I think it's important to show the hardship that we do incur as a nonprofit organization. I'm going to hand over to you. As Jenna mentioned, my name is Nicole Leone. I am the executive director for the Erie Humane Society. I do thank you guys for allowing us to speak tonight about what we are trying to do at the Erie Humane Society. I have worked for this shelter as the executive director for 8 years, and our services to the community are absolutely essential. For those of you who are not familiar with our work, our organization was founded 130 years ago by 5 local Erieites who wanted to ensure there was a place to provide a safe haven for stray and unwanted pets in our community. But as you can imagine, over 130 years, our services expanded. And in 1985, our Animal Cruelty Division was founded, and to this day, they focus their efforts on investigating crimes of animal abuse and neglect. Well, in 2016, our organization saw that there was a need in our community to ensure families in our community have affordable veterinary care for their pets needing basic vaccines, spay-neuter services, as well as pet loss services. Officially in 2017, we opened the doors to our affordable pet wellness clinic, which is located at 2433 Zimmerly Road, right next door to this shelter at 2407 Zimmerly Road. While all of the services we provide are essential to needy pets and pet owners here in the Erie community, our organization has struggled the last few years to bounce back from the losses due to COVID. Our financials for the last 3 years have shown a negative deficit incurred from the inability to operate fully from 2020 to 2021. It was not until 2022 that we were able to fully bring back all of our fundraisers and operate at full capacity. However, we still experienced a loss as we're still trying to bridge that gap from the prior year deficits. Again, we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. In early 2022, we were approached about an opportunity that could help not only the Erie Humane Society financially, but community members alike. The Erie Humane Society was approached and notified that Burton Funeral Home, as their pet crematorium, was being retired. So they had operated a pet crematorium in Erie County. This left almost 22 veterinary hospitals seeking cremation services for their clients. The Erie Humane Society was able to take on 4 of those 22 hospitals as contracted clients. The other hospitals entered into agreements with a corporate cremation company and currently send pets' bodies over state lines to Ohio to be cremated. Between those 4 vet hospitals and other community members, they have sought out services from the Erie Humane Society for pet loss. And our organization saw an increase in 2022 in our wellness clinic income of $100,000 just for cremation services. This tells us that there is a need in our community to ensure that we can provide for ourselves and also help community members right here in Mill Creek and throughout the county. This is also allowing for us to consider expanding our services to help our nonprofit financially. So currently, the Erie Humane Society is the only local pet crematory in all of Erie County and the surrounding Erie area. Given this need, the Erie Humane Society is working to grow our pet loss services by adding a second crematorium that can accommodate more pets so that we can serve more vet hospitals and community members as a trusted local option. We ask you this evening to please consider granting this variance to provide a local resource, keep money in Erie County, and also support the mission of a 501c3 animal shelter. Thank you.
You provided tax returns for 20 and 21.
Yes.
Do you have any internal financials?
We do, and I can send those over to you if you want. Our 2022 financials are being audited currently with Monahan & Monahan.
But the internals, and they basically would confirm your $100,000
Yes, they would.
increase?
Yes.
Do you have projections for 23?
Yes, well, for 23, we anticipate about $150,000 increase. If we are granted the variance and we can put into motion purchasing the second crematorium, it takes about 10 months to build and get to Erie. So we would start looking more into 2024 where we'd be able to actually operate that second crematorium. And we're looking at a close to $300,000 additional increase in our revenue stream annually if we were granted that variance and able to purchase that second crematorium. And I'm more than happy to send whomever the internal financials which show that increase in revenue from 2022.
You have budgets that you provide?
We do. I have an entire 2023 budget with a comparison to last year's revenue as well.
Is there,
Go ahead.
is there any chance of making the existing bigger?
No. And that's why so also, as you can imagine, our current crematorium is 20 years old. So state laws and other regulations require them to be updated every year. And actually, Rob Lewis, he is our maintenance man, and he services the crematorium. He could actually speak to that if you would like, where he could tell you how it can't be made bigger.
If
Rob,
you'd
do you
like.
want to come up?
So the.
Excuse me, state your name and
Yeah,
address for the record.
Robert Lewis. I live in Fairview, 7633 Wellman Drive. I've been with the Humane Society for almost 16 years now, currently as the facilities manager. The existing unit that we have is an enclosed unit. So there's no way to expand the existing crematory. There are newer units that are modular that do allow for expansion of the existing units. The one that we have does not allow for any of that. It is, we would have to rip it out and then do an expansion on the entire building in order to put a bigger unit in.
And just to clarify, that unit would also require a variance if we were to enlarge it because it is 290 feet from the residence that we're discussing. So there's really nowhere on the property where we'd be able to accommodate the 750-foot distance.
So in regards to that, is that a new setback change?
I believe that came forth in the April 2022 revision to the zoning ordinance. That's Article 5, I believe. And what it is it allows a crematory as an accessory use to a conditional use. So I believe that is new to 2022.
That is correct.
So it was okay when it was put in?
Yes.
What was the requirements at that time?
I believe the zoning ordinance prior to was silent on it. It would have been just considered an accessory structure.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Matt.
I'm sorry, it would have been considered an accessory structure and had to meet the requirements for that. But as far as particular requirements for a crematory, the ordinance was silent.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit to a crematory and what, say this in the best way possible, their odors,
Yeah, absolutely.
things of that nature?
So the unit that we're looking to purchase was tested and I guess meets the qualifications and regulations for the state of Florida, which has much more stringent air quality regulations than Pennsylvania does. So as such, it met all of the Florida requirements, so it would meet Pennsylvania requirements as well. There was a third-party emissions test that was done.
Can I step forward? We didn't attach this. We are applying for the accessory use as a conditional use. This was included in that application. This is a letter and a summary from U.S. Cremations Equipment that explains kind of compliance with environmental, state, and federal regulations. This is also the current permit from the DEP and the permit from the Department of Agriculture for your reference.
Thank you.
So we are audited and inspected yearly from the DEP Air Quality Division. One of the parts of that is they come out and look at the stack while it's running. They watch us load it, operate the whole unit, and then spend a couple hours watching the unit, watching the stack. The current regulations, I believe, for Pennsylvania allow for 30% opacity from the stack, which means that the smoke coming out of the stack can't be thicker than 30% opacity. With the third-party tests that are on in that form there, you can see they were all zero. It was totally transparent with those units. And our existing unit right now, there is no smoke that comes out the top. There are no odors that come out of it. The only thing that you can see is a heat wave coming off. A lot of people would mistake the steam coming out of our boiler vent as crematory exhaust, when in fact the crematory does not produce anything. The stack is 1800 degrees, and there are multiple fail-safes and alarms to ensure that the unit cannot operate without the stack being at 1800 degrees. And that is the number that makes it so that there's no smoke or odors that come out of the top of the unit.
Okay.
In terms of location, is there any other location on the property, I guess, that would service this crematory? Is it just because of the location of the existing garage? Is that what's driving this?
That's correct. Yeah, we do not have an existing, and actually.
Yeah, I'll speak to this briefly. It is somewhat convenient in that we have an existing structure that we would house it in. I do want to point out, this is 90 feet between these two. This is 290 to the existing crematorium.
Right.
The only area where we would actually be able to get the 750-foot distance would be on the south end of the 2407 parcel, which would be on the south side of Walnut Creek. There'd be significant infrastructure costs to get power and gas to that location, as well as it's in the Walnut Creek watershed, which more of a liability an issue if we were located there.
Has anybody approached the neighbor at the house?
Yes, so we have a good relationship with the neighbor. We did go there twice. He was not present, so I wrote a very kind and formal letter to him informing him if he had any questions or concerns to contact me, and I've not received any contact from the neighbor.
What about behind the, I guess, the main building? Is there any location, I mean, albeit it won't be the 750, but it would be further away from that residence? Is there any other location, or is there topographical concerns, or?
Yeah, definitely topographical concerns, because back here, while it looks like it's level, it's actually on quite a large hill, and we have 3 dog parks that we operate back there for our pets to be able to get our shelter animals to get out. And then these parks we made public in 2015 for members of the Mill Creek community to be able to bring their dogs. So we would hate to take that away from Mill Creek Township residents to not be able to utilize our dog parks and really take walks along Walnut Creek as well.
So that space that we see, that's basically occupied and topographically doesn't lend itself to. Now, what about on the smaller parcel? 'Cause I'm
Behind
looking at that.
2433?
Yeah. What's back there? Is
Well, we do not build on that, because as we talk about us being a nonprofit, we do our major fundraisers back here. So instead of us having to rent facility space, we do our Rock and Rescue charity concert there that houses about 2,500 people, and it brings in about $150,000 to the organization. So we really don't want to take away from this public space, because that's how we make money for fundraisers.
so that space is also being used?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that the open areas that you have are either A, in use, or B, topographically
Yes, sir.
compromised?
I'll call it throughput, I don't know what to call it. I mean, you have with the one you have a certain number that you have. What harm would there be if this didn't go through and that other one, if what you're proposing doesn't? Is there a harm?
I mean, I would definitely say that there is a harm for community members, and there's definitely a harm for us financially. Instead of us having to have more fundraisers, we are trying to create a very important business revenue for our clinic to help us increase our financials, but also help community members. And what we're seeing, a lot of community members don't realize that when their pets pass away, that when they go to the vet, that the vet is sending their pet to Ohio to be cremated. They find that out, and they have found it out because they started asking and going, okay, well, Burton's is closed. Who's gonna do our crematorium services? And they're like, we're contacted with a third party that sends little Scruffy to Akron, Ohio to be cremated. Well, obviously I'm a pet owner, I have 4 dogs. I find comfort in knowing that the Erie Humane Society, a nonprofit that has been here for 130 years, can provide that service to our community members and ensure that we are giving them the best opportunity to have peace of mind that their pets are being taken care of. And for us, it helps us financially because we are rendering that service and we're trusted.
I'm just gonna add to that too. Just, we do currently work with 4 veterinary clinics, but there are other clinics in the area that would look for cremation services. So right now, we are at capacity. So it's a need that's already present, and if we were able to have the second unit, we would be helping those additional clinics in the area too, that, again, they're outsourcing. There's additional costs in transporting the animals across state lines.
So it'd be fair to say it's an opportunity
Absolutely.
Yes.
rather than something that's,
Yes, and it's relatively new. As Nicole said, this became new in the beginning of 2022. So,
We have been doing cremation services all along, but on a smaller basis. So when we were presented and notified about Burton's, these vet hospitals called us on January 8th of 2022, panicking, saying, we don't really want to have to contract with the Regency. We would love if you guys are able to take us on. And we only took 4 vet hospitals on to be responsible because we knew our current crematorium could only handle so much. Purchasing that second crematorium, it will be larger. We will be able to take on more relationships with local vet hospitals and help more of the Erie, or the Mill Creek community residents as well with their pets.
Okay. Anything else?
yep.
Stop. Jeremy? Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this? Okay. Moving on to our last appeal of the evening, number 23-2, continuation of Stephen L. Wales and Cassandra Wales for property located at 509 Arbuckle Road, seeking a special exception for adaptive reuse of a non-residential structure.
Good evening. May it please the board, I represent the appellants in this matter, Stephen L. Wales and Cassandra Wales. My name is Attorney Christopher Papa. And I guess maybe before we get started, a few house cleaning questions. I know the application and the advertisement and the notice tonight was referred to as continuation. And I guess I'd like to get maybe the board's position on that. The Waleses were here several years ago on a similar appeal. There's some different theories of relief in this one. I know the ordinance has changed in a couple, semi-significant ways. We were approaching this as a new appeal, and we're approaching this also as counsel.
Yeah, correct. I think it is a new appeal. The continuation is in reference to the fact that I think it was originally up for January, and I think that is the only reason that the reference was to continuation. Is that correct, Matt?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, a date continuation.
Yes,
Very good.
yes,
Thank
it was
you.
continued
Just
from
wanted to
January.
clarify that. Thank you. Well, then I guess without further ado, we would like to introduce our first witness. But before we do that, a couple just administrative issues. I would respectfully request that the board take administrative notice of the entire zoning ordinance and the amendments of 2022. I believe the amendments were 2022-4. And I believe also we'd ask the board to take administrative notice of, well, again, it is a new appeal, so I think we're going to, at least in my mind, we're segregating this from the prior appeal. But I know, counsel, there was some, in the email that went out, you talked about trying not to be redundant from what happened last time.
Right.
So maybe, I don't know if it's safer to say administrative notice of the prior transcript and the prior testimony, if you'd like, or we could not at all and just start from scratch. So.
Well, I think that I guess the reason and rationale behind that comment was because there's certain facts that were stipulated into the record with that prior litigation.
Sure.
So basically, that's what we're trying to get at is not necessarily rehashing all of that. And I think that through the various memoranda that were previously submitted, which I guess that, I assume that you would like your memoranda to be admitted into evidence.
We would, sir,
Okay.
yes.
Do you have copies with you? If not, I have.
I do, yeah, I do
Okay,
have
you
one
have
right
it. Okay.
here, and I'm certainly not opposed to all the other memoranda being stipulated to be admitted as well,
Okay.
including counsel here as well. So that's fine, if that's okay with the board.
Yeah, and I think that that's fine with us, so that all the prior memoranda that were previously issued, I believe that there was 5 total. There was, and I'll just go in order, there was, let me just pull these out. We have the first of which was a memorandum with exhibits opposing second application for variance special exception for adaptive reuse of a non-residential structure seeking to establish a non-conforming use for agricultural activities, seeking a variance for agricultural activities, and appealing the determination of the zoning officer for an enforcement action in the CR Conservation Residential of Stephen L. Wales, and that was filed on behalf of Gary Goboleski by his attorney, Attorney Bax, and that was filed, I believe, March 8th.
That was January.
Oh, sorry, January 24th. That was filed. My apologies. We have another memorandum. This was the memorandum filed by, and this was legal memorandum in support of zoning appeal filed by Attorney Christopher Papa on behalf of Stephen and Cassandra Wales, and that was filed on March 8th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have the Mill Creek Township's memorandum of law in support of the zoning enforcement notice, and and that was filed by Attorney Caparosa on behalf of Mill Creek Township, and that was also filed on March 8th. Correct. Oh, okay, perfect.
Trying to show you that.
And then we have the supplemental memorandum with exhibits of Gary T. Goboleski, et cetera, filed by Attorney Bax on March 20th, 2023. And then lastly, Mill Creek Township's response in opposition to appellant's memorandum of law in support of appeal filed by Attorney Caparosa on March 20th, 2023. Those had all previously been circulated by the parties, read and reviewed, and so we're just acknowledging that those are being made, or being put on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if it pleases the board, I just have a few opening comments, and then we'll get right into our several witnesses, and we just have a brief presentation. this
Attorney
evening for
Papa,
the board.
if I may, before, because part of this is, it's a hybrid appeal, so it's a little bit of an enforcement action, and under the MPC, the township has the burden of presenting first on that. I'm happy to go either way on it. I just know that given the myriad of issues that are at hand tonight, I'll defer, but under the statute, we do have the obligation to go first on the enforcement side.
Right, yes, so we'll let Attorney Caparosa proceed.
And if it pleases the board, I'm not sure that this is the best time to ask for it, but we do have Judge Mead's opinion and order on the prior appeal, and we would like the board to take notice of that and submit that into evidence. And also, we have the zoning hearing board's prior decision from the December 1, 2021 hearing. It was a January opinion, I believe, that you issued. We would like the board to take notice of that also and have that as, move that into evidence.
Okay, so, does anybody have any objection to that? I know that
I think with
they're part of the
Yeah.
memorandum that were previously issued,
Right.
circulated, and admitted into evidence as well, so.
I think especially with the liberal rules of evidence and zoning hearing boards, I think that would certainly arguably be
Right.
relevant.
Thank
So
you.
I don't object.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I will try to be as brief as I possibly can out of deference to everybody's time. But I do have some brief questioning for Mr. Puz. So I will begin with you, Mr. Puz. Could you please state your name and position with Mill Creek Township?
Matthew Puz Jr., Zoning and Development Officer for Mill Creek Township.
And how long have you been the zoning officer?
Little over 5 years.
And are you familiar with the property located at 509 Arbuckle Road?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the prior appeal that had been filed relative to this matter in 2021?
Yes.
And am I correct that the township adopted a new zoning ordinance since the Wales filed their appeal in 2021?
Yes.
And did that go into effect in May of 2022?
Yes.
And did the ordinance make changes that impacted the uses permitted on the Wales' property?
Yes.
And what were some of the new uses that would impact the Wales' property with respect to tonight's appeal?
The, excuse me, the update to the zoning ordinance permitted non-commercial keeping of chickens and ducks as well as non-commercial keeping of livestock.
And would that be found under, are there specific regulations for those uses in the ordinance?
Yes, they are under agricultural activities.
And would the livestock regulations be located in section 145-41C? And I have a copy that I can direct you to if you need it.
I'm sorry, what was the section again?
145-41C.
Yes, correct.
And under that section, how many livestock, actually, let me back up. Could you please indicate how many acres the Wales property is?
county records show 2 acres.
And under section 145-41C, how many livestock are permitted on a 2-acre parcel?
2.
And in addition to that, there are also setback requirements in that section, correct?
Correct.
And what is the minimum setback for structures housing livestock?
50 feet from property line.
And additionally, are structures permitted in the front yard if they house livestock?
No.
Turning to section 145-41D, does this section concern the keeping of chicken and ducks?
Yes.
And under that ordinance section, how many chickens/ducks are permitted on a 2-acre parcel?
That is 18.
And
And I apologize, counsel. I guess I'd like to just make for the record a general objection and maybe clarification from counsel. I know I'm a zoning solicitor down in the city of Newcastle, and I know in a zoning enforcement action, we had this issue before us recently, because as a board, we have limited sort of powers of enforcement. And I know the way a zoning enforcement action is, there's first a citation that's obviously issued by the board. A citation was indeed issued here. We are filing an appeal of that citation, so we are thus before this board. And I think maybe I just want to clarify from council administratively how this would go, because normally the next step in enforcement would be with the magistrate. So will the board be making findings about the violation here based upon eliciting testimony, or is this an issue for magistrate enforcement later? If say the board finds that the whales are not in compliance.
Right, in terms of the enforcement itself, I mean, we're looking at and entertaining the variance request and the appeal.
Correct.
Not necessarily the actual enforcement, but I think what this is getting to is, I guess, essentially laying the groundwork for why we are here and why the enforcement was set, which was the impetus for the appeal.
But there still would be that next step for actual enforcement. I understand. I just wanted to clarify that on the record, that that's what we're doing here. Thank you.
Mr. Puz, turning back to section 145-41D, are buildings and coops that house chickens and/or ducks permitted in the front yard?
No.
Where must they be located?
Must be in the rear yard with a minimum setback at 10 feet from the rear and side property lines, and then no closer than 30 feet to dwellings on adjacent lots.
And in this particular case, did you issue a notice of violation to the property owners?
Yes.
And I'm going to give you a document that I've marked as Exhibit A. Could you identify this document?
Yes, this is my, double check something here. Yes, this is my enforcement action.
Thank you.
And Mr. Puz, could you please identify what the basis for the violations were?
The main violation is the continuation of the use of the barn for livestock, as well as chickens.
Okay. In addition, was there a violation for failure to obtain any permits for the uses?
Yes, correct.
And you also identified in your notice on page 1, the 4th paragraph, again, failure to obtain permits, the number of animals on the property is unknown, but exceeds the permitted number on the property. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
As well as the location of pens and stables is unknown. Is that correct?
Correct,
And that the usage of the barn has not ceased.
correct.
Now, with respect to the violations individually going through them, are property owners required to obtain a zoning permit as a proper means to change the use of a structure?
Yes, they are required to either obtain a zoning permit or a use certificate.
And in this particular case, did the property owners submit a permit application for a change of use?
No,
And have you received anything to date requesting a change of use?
no.
turning to the number of animals, specifically focusing on chickens. As you testified to earlier, the maximum number of chickens permitted on a 2-acre parcel is 18, correct?
That is correct.
And based on your observations of the property, are there more than 18 chickens?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of photos that I've identified as exhibits B, C, and D. One second, please. Could you please identify the photos in Exhibit B?
Yes, these are photos our office took of the property in regards to the animals on the lot.
And when were these photos taken?
January 12th, 2023.
And at the initial hearing on January, I believe, 25th, were these previously provided to the board?
Yes.
And turning to Exhibit C, could you please identify these photos?
These are photos our office took of the property on January 24th, 2023 in regards to the usage of the barn.
And were these previously provided to the board?
Yes.
At the January 25th hearing?
Yes.
Now, turning to Exhibit D, could you please identify these photos?
Counsel, you said previously provided to the board. When was that?
The January 25th meeting?
Oh, at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
They
So
were not, we didn't open formally the hearing, it was just Mr. Putz had
Just-
taken the photos and provided them. They were also circulated to council
Okay.
at a later date.
Okay.
With the exception of these photos I'm handing out, everything that is previously provided. Mr. Putz,
Yes.
could you please identify these? I do not know who did them.
Yes, these are photos that were taken by our office March 28th, 2023, which would have been yesterday, of the animals on the property as well as the usage of the barn. Mhm.
And to confirm for the record, you took all of these photos?
Yes.
And based on your observations from viewing the property and from these photos, do you have an estimate of how many chickens are at the property?
I would estimate at least 80.
And does that exceed the number permitted under Section 145-41D?
Yes.
And turning to the livestock question, under Section 141C, you previously testified that the maximum number of livestock permitted on a 2-acre parcel is 2.
Correct.
And based on your observations, did you see more than 2 livestock on the property?
I have pictures of 2, I believe, miniature horses.
Okay. And do you have a reason to believe that there are more than 2 miniature horses or 2 livestock on the property?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of how many animals are on the property, livestock?
Livestock-wise, is my impression that there are also pigs present from the prior zoning hearing board appeal.
I'm going to direct you to Exhibit C on page 2. Oh, sorry, no, page 3. The second photo on the bottom. Are there 2 miniature horses in that photo? C. I'm sorry, no, D.
D.
Exhibit D.
I lost
They're the March 28th, 2023 photos.
Yes, I do have pictures of those.
Okay. Thank
the
you,
horses.
Mr. Puz. And now turning to the setback and location requirements. I'm going to show you a document that I've identified as Exhibit E.
This is an aerial of the property.
And could you please identify the Wales property for me?
That would be the piece that's outlined in blue.
And could you please identify where the barn is located on the property?
That would be the northeast corner of the property.
And do you know how far the barn is set back from the side property line?
Without a survey, no, but I would assume it's fairly close.
And with respect to livestock and structures that house livestock, under the ordinance, you testified that structures housing livestock are not permitted in the front yard. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the minimum setback is required is 50 feet from property line. Is that correct?
Yes,
Based on your observations of the property from your inspections, is the barn 50 feet from the property line?
no,
And does the barn where it's currently located meet the requirements of section 145-41?
no,
With respect to the chickens, is a structure for housing chickens permitted to be in the front yard?
no,
And the minimum setback requirements are 10 feet from the rear and side property lines and 30 feet from adjacent dwellings, correct?
correct.
And in this particular instance, there are no adjacent dwellings to the barn, correct?
Correct,
So the only issue here is the 10-foot setback.
correct.
And based on your observations, does the barn meet the yard requirement and the setback requirement for housing chickens?
It does not.
Mr. Puz, that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Buzz, just a few questions for clarification. So, Mr. Buzz, your actual written notice, this is dated November 18th, 2022. That is the municipality's Exhibit A. Now, Mr. Buzz, do you list the animals? So, do you list how many animals you believe are there causing a violation in the written notice?
No,
So you use the word unknown.
it is unknown, correct.
Okay, and then regarding pens and stables, you also use the phrase unknown.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other property owners in the area that have chickens?
I am not.
You're not, okay. Now, you refer to a change of use, the requirement of a permit. Now, is this a change of, in your opinion, I guess, as the zoning officer, is this a change of use that would require a permit?
Any new use of land would require either a zoning permit or a use certificate to be issued. Our records show this is a single-family dwelling.
Okay. Now, but you are aware there were animals and chickens prior to the existence of this ordinance, correct? In 2022?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And has the barn, you're familiar with this barn?
yes.
Okay. Do you
Well,
recall,
familiar with the exterior?
sure. Do you recall a time when the barn did not exist?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Puz, was the use of the barn previously established as a legal conforming use?
No,
Let me add on to that too. Was the use of the barn to house chickens and livestock established as a legal non-conforming use?
no, it was not.
Was it determined to be a legal conforming use of the property prior to the 2022 zoning ordinance?
I guess I don't object because illegal non-conforming use, it either exists or it doesn't. there is a municipal establishment level, but if it exists, it's constitutionally protected. There is no, it's just protected. The municipality has no authority over it. So I don't know, unless Mr. Puz is an attorney or a legal expert, he can make that determination.
Well, we'll take note of your objection.
Sure, sure.
So let me back up,
You
Mr.
wanna
Puz.
repeat that? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Puz, prior to today's hearing and the issuance of your notice of violation, was there a use of the property that was legally established? Was it a permitted use of the barn to house animals and livestock?
Same objection, but go ahead.
No.
Nothing further at this time.
May I ask a couple of questions?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Puz, you're
Do you
aware
wanna
that...
state your, I don't know if have you stated your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Attorney Gary Bax, and I am the attorney for the neighbor of the Wales on the west side of the property, immediately adjacent, share a common boundary line. On the south side of the Wales property, share a common boundary line. And on the east side of the property, where they share a common boundary line. In other words, my client, Mr. Golubieski's property, surrounds the 2-acre parcel that was cut out of the larger parcel. And he owned, his family owned the property prior to the Wales possession of the property. Okay.
Just, counsel, if I could make one comment, almost a voir dire on standing. I'm sure you do have standing, but I just have to ask a question. Does your client, he doesn't reside at this property, though, correct?
No,
He does not reside there.
he does not reside there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Puz, you're aware that Dr. Wales appealed the decision of the zoning hearing board that denied his request for a variance or non-conforming use, the opinion being issued in January of 2022.
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the appeal to Erie County Court was not granted. In other words, the appeal was denied and dismissed. You're aware of that?
Yes,
And are you aware also, did you have an opportunity to read that opinion?
I did.
Okay, and are you aware that on page 3 of the opinion, Judge Mead found that as the barn is undisputably located within 4 feet of the objector's property line, appellant is in violation of the ordinance, and that would be the prior ordinance.
Yes.
And based on that determination, does that factor into your determination that the use of Wales prior to the new ordinance was not a lawful use of the property and was in fact in violation of the existing zoning code?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything further?
I will have some questions for the Waleses, but
Okay,
I can wait until they're up to testify.
sure. Thank you. All right, we'll hand it over to you.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Well, again, may it please the board, Attorney Christopher Pape, I represent the Wales in this matter. Just a couple brief opening statements. I think as the evidence will demonstrate, the Wales have a lovely little property there. They have a historic barn that's been there since the 1800s, and they do have some farm animals that are there. It has, I think it's important in any zoning case to think about it this way. For zoning itself to be constitutional, which was very much in doubt in the previous century, because is telling someone what they specifically can do with their property, is that a taking under the Constitution? And the U.S. Supreme Court in the Euclid case found that, well, no, it's not. So zoning itself is constitutional, but the cases have all developed that say that the restrictions imposed upon zoning in any way are to be liberally construed in favor of the landowner, and any ambiguous interpretations are to be interpreted in such a manner as to grant the landowner the maximal use of his property. So Here, we have a situation where we have, since the 1800s, we have a barn that was used as a barn. It was housing livestock, housing animals, just general hay, straw, agricultural activities that was uninterrupted, and there's no evidence of any actual or intent to abandon that use by the Whales or any of their predecessors, which we'll talk about in our testimony. Therefore, we believe it's constitutionally protected. And then...
May I interject on that?
Sure.
Just to, I guess, clarify for the record, I mean, there was a prior judicial determination, and, part of the findings of fact of that prior judicial determination were that uses other than use of the barn as a barn housing animals, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we would not dispute that.
I guess if we could, maybe if you can
Sure.
elaborate on what you're getting at
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Just
No, what we're getting at is, yes, the barn was used for storage purposes once upon a time, but we would argue in the chain of title historically and certainly prior to zoning, there was no actual, and then under the Latrobe Speedway case, intent to abandon this use forever as a barn to be used for animals. Latrobe Speedway case, which we detailed in our memorandum, talks about that. We have an empty speedway for 12 years, not used as a speedway, but the court said there was no intent to abandon. So it's just really strong. Intent to abandon is a requirement to find that a legal nonconforming use ceases to exist. Otherwise, it is a vested property right. Because again, then it's retroactive zoning. It's saying you've been doing this for a long time and you can't do it anymore. So in our testimony, we're going to discuss that. We're also going to say, and we plead in the alternative here, because we feel that we're trying to do something that's not really causing any harm to anybody in the community, and the neighbors are all the people that actually live close by are quite supportive of the Whales and the work they do. So alternatively, we argue again, ordinances interpreted in the light most favorable to the landowner. Under your special exceptions, you have a category called adaptive reuse of a non-residential structure. We feel that sort of fits the bill here as well, because they are using this barn not in a residential manner, but in an agricultural manner, a minor agricultural manner. And then in our last alternative, what we're talking about is variance. The variance standard, we're saying that this municipality made a move acknowledging that people like to keep chickens, they like to keep livestock. They're not trying to necessarily make a living at it, but they're doing it for the benefit of their community, to sell local produce, to the benefit of children, to the benefit of the charitable works that the previous hearing I know talked about that the Whales do in the community. And therefore, we would ask for a deviation from the current interpretation of non-commercial livestock to permit them a bit more than they would otherwise be permitted. Because again, these animals are rescued and they have a lot of charitable work they're doing with this. We feel the evidence will show there's no negative impact in the community. It doesn't alter the essential character, as the unnecessary hardship standard talks about. And even if you look at the farm provisions of 145.11, farms being a permitted use in that particular zone, the only variance would be a dimensional variance they would need, because the barn just happens to be, that's where it was historically built, upon that property line. The neighbor, as you can tell from this chart here, Gary Gablaski, who is here with council, the neighbor doesn't live here. He doesn't live in this community. So, I think it's hard to say there's an actual negative impact to the neighbor and his quiet enjoyment of the property. So at the end, what we're seeking is that the Whales be allowed to continue their small agricultural activities. We feel it's an asset to your community, and we feel it should be allowed to continue, unfettered in a way that, unless they're interfering with their neighbors, which we'll show the record that they're not. So, without further ado, I would like to call Cassandra Whales, who is one of the property owners. And I don't know, council, if there's a logical way to do this, so she could stand with me, or can we get it in the record?
Yeah, I think that's fine. And just,
Okay.
again,
I'll give you
please state your name and address for the record.
Cassandra Wales, 509 Arbuckle Road, Erie, Pennsylvania. I reside there with my 6-year-old daughter. I have another daughter that's 22, and my son that is 9 years old, and also my husband, Stephen Wales.
So, Cassandra, I'm going to take a seat now. I'll ask you some questions. So Cassandra, you have the whole family there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what does your husband do for a living?
He's a veterinarian.
Okay. And how about yourself? Are you working or home with the kids?
I started a small animal clinic, so I am working. I was in rescue, and I still am, and I felt the need for a small animal clinic to continue our rescue mission. So,
Okay. Now, Cassandra, when did you purchase this particular property?
in 2014.
Okay, 2014. Now, Cassandra, whom did you purchase it from?
John Stewart and Jen Boza.
Okay. Now, why did you decide to purchase this particular property and move to the country and do what you're doing?
It just seemed like the American dream. We have a ranch house, there was 2 acres, and a barn. I mean, a barn for a veterinarian, a rescue family is like a dream come true. I just thought of all the animals that I could help save, the animals that are in my barn, most of them. I have 2 Shetland little ponies. They were starved almost to death. I have 2 potbelly pigs that they're not considered maybe livestock. I don't know. We're not going to consume them, eat them. One's blind. I mean, I don't know if these animals are displaced, where they're going to go. Who's going to want these animals that, the one's blind?
Sure. Now, Cassandra, are you aware of what zone this property is located in?
I thought it was agricultural. I thought we could have animals. I mean, it's a barn.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Cassandra, do you know the amount of land the property has? Just
2 acres?
it's 2 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are structures on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the structures?
Okay, so yes, our animals are housed in the front, but it's a bank barn. A bank barn was used, just off the road back in the day. So yes, the barn is in front of my house.
Okay. I'm going to approach, if you don't mind, counsel, I've got some copies here. We are going to just go through these briefly. We're going to call these appellants. Does the board prefer letters, numbers for exhibits?
I did letters.
Yeah, you did letters, so yeah, go ahead with numbers.
We'll go with numbers. So we'll call this appellant's exhibit 1. And we just have, so Cassandra, I'm going to ask you to look at that, and counsel, I do have some copies here. Where is that? So Cassandra, could you describe what those 2 photographs are?
This is aerial footage of our house and barn, our whole property.
Okay. And I'm going to pass one along.
Mhm.
So the board here is our exhibit 1. Yeah. So just to clarify, so this structure in the middle here, that's the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the barn is right there on the edge of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the barn, has it always historically been in that location?
Yes, has not moved.
We would just move to exhibit, if this photo is our exhibit 1, we did mark it that way. And here's just another photo, another angle here. That's just from a different angle, correct?
Mhm. Correct.
Okay. Now, whose property, so this is taken from an aerial, where is Mr. Gablowski's property in relation?
All around us.
Okay,
All around us.
but there's no home located there, he doesn't reside?
No, does not.
Mark, this is our exhibit 2. So the property is 2 acres, but you have some space around you from any adjoining landowners.
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the barn. The barn is on the edge of the property, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and it was there when it was purchased.
Mhm.
Do you know the age of this barn?
I was told mid-1800s.
Well founded.
What was that? You objected to based on?
You're saying there's no foundation, it's not, she didn't know it, and then she said, I've been told. And that's something that's here.
Right. Well, I mean, again, we don't subscribe to formal rules of evidence, so we note your objection and.
I would also add, though, that in the findings of fact, which I want the board to accept, it does say that the barn is
Okay. Is that fair?
Your findings of fact with the board being under.
Okay.
even though we consulted with the experts that are Amish, because they build barns. I said, even though we consulted with the Amish, they're experts at building barns, they know the heritage, so I said mid-1800s.
We'll
I
note
think-
as recurring hearsay objection,
Right,
that's
yeah.
completely fine.
Okay.
So again, you spoke with numerous individuals who gave you an idea.
Yes,
And what did they say?
sorry, repeat it.
What did the individuals you spoke with say? Just ballpark ideas of the age.
They said mid-1800s.
I'm going to object again. May I have a standing objection with regard to this hearsay?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
repeating
want to
yourself.
Noted.
I
Yeah.
want to make sure that that's on the record.
All right.
I also would like to apologize for being a little nervous. To be in the same room with Gary Goboleski that has stalked my property for 2 years is very
Excuse
hard.
me, Ma'am,
Thank you.
that's, you
I'm
know,
going to
that's,
object and ask that that be stricken from the record.
yeah, I think that, I agree with that. I mean, I think that let's just keep the testimony to the facts
Focus
at
on
hand.
the.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Cassie, let's talk about the barn again. So, when you purchased it, was the barn equipped with, was it equipped in a manner to house animals?
Yes, it had old stalls in it. It has a feed room upstairs that is the same color as, you know, when the barn was built. There's chutes that go downstairs, feed chutes. So there were animals in that barn for as long as, you know, anybody could probably ever remember.
Cassie, I'm going to hand you a photograph here. Cassie, do you recognize that particular photograph?
Yes, I do. It's the feed room upstairs in the barn.
Okay. And there's hay and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is nothing you installed in the barn?
No.
Okay, so this existed when you purchased the barn?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as our Exhibit 3. Let's hand you another photograph we're marking as our proposed, I'm going to lump actually these two together. We're going to call these two photographs of the same thing, one just closer and further away, as our Exhibit 4. Cassie, can you describe what that is a photograph of, those two photographs?
In the basement, those are the feed chutes from upstairs to the feed room.
Okay. And those feed chutes existed when you purchased the property?
Correct.
Thank you.
If it would please the board, I guess I would ask to move to admit our first 4 exhibits, if there's no objection.
Are there any objections?
Now, Cassie, I'm going to hand you some photos here. So, Cassandra, what are those photographs of?
This is the existing stall, the chicken coop that was there when we purchased the home.
Okay, and you do have chickens there at present?
Yes.
And this chicken stall was there when you purchased?
Correct.
And Cassie, I'm going to hand you what we have marked as our Exhibit 6. There are 2 photographs there. So describe what those photos are.
This is our horse stall.
Horse stall, okay.
Mhm, for rescue.
And there's a horse there,
Yeah.
and he's a cute little guy. What's his name?
Charlie, he was almost starved to death. We brought him back to life thanks to my husband.
Okay. And does Charlie, so Charlie lives out there.
With his friend Roxanne.
With Roxanne.
They were a bonded pair that were starved.
So our Exhibit 6 is a photograph of
Thank you.
Charlie and Roxanne. And I'm just going to do one more photograph. We're going to mark this our Exhibit 7.
Excuse me, one question on this.
Oh, sure.
These were existing when you moved in as well?
Not those ones.
Okay.
I had to accommodate them.
Now, that stall, is that inside the structure of the barn?
Inside.
Okay, so that stall was introduced inside the structure of the barn?
Yes.
Not exterior?
Correct.
Okay. Cassandra, I'm going to ask you, that particular document, that photograph right there, do you recognize what that is? That photograph there. Is that taken inside your barn?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the ground in your barn?
Objection.
What is it?
I don't know. That's the ground. Objection.
That's okay if you don't recognize it.
I know, I'm sorry.
Was that taken inside your barn? Would be the question.
Yes, yes. I just am not sure what angle, we're trying to take so many pictures to
Sure.
prove this case.
Okay. So this is our Exhibit 7, interior photo of the barn. We would move to admit, I guess the Exhibits 5 through 7, the ones we didn't admit into evidence.
Any objections?
I'm going to object this as to, excuse me, as to the floor. She couldn't identify that.
She identified it as a photo inside of the barn.
Right, it's just an interior photo. So no objection?
No objection.
So, Cassandra, the previous owners of the barn, we talked about them a minute ago, correct? Okay. Now, they resided there on the property as well?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And they used the barn?
Yes.
Okay. Did they also have animals?
Objection.
Yes. When we bought the property, there were chickens.
I'm objecting. I understand that specific rules of evidence don't apply. This is a fundamental issue of use of the barn. And frankly, the prior adjudication of this board, well, it's a hearsay objection, but the basis of the hearsay objection is that it is blatant hearsay and it goes to a fundamental objection, and it goes to a fact that has already been adjudicated between the parties. And it's a fact that frankly can't be challenged in this proceeding because it was adjudicated between the same parties over the same issues. And that is that the barn was used not for animals, but for vehicle storage when they moved onto the property. There's no evidence to the contrary in the prior record, and that was a finding of fact accepted by the Court of Common Pleas and accepted by and found by this board. And there's no appeal taken from that, from the opinion and order of Judge Mead. It's something called issue preclusion, and it can't be relitigated today.
If I could make an offer,
My objection.
if I could make an offer of proof, number one, it's not hearsay. She wasn't making any sort of statement as to what someone told her. She was going to testify as to firsthand knowledge. Number two, there hasn't been any sort of motion or any sort of relief sought before this board on collateral estoppel, res judicata, issue preclusion, claim preclusion, anything like that, that has been filed with record. I think if anything were going to be filed with record, that would be done before today. And this is a new appeal, as it's already been established.
I believe believe that was, I guess, part of the briefs that were previously submitted.
Yeah, I mean, it was part of the brief, but I would think of, is counsel saying the entire case should not be brought? He doesn't argue that.
Oh, I don't think that I think that maybe and this is obviously just me speaking, with respect to certain issues, and I think getting to the non-conforming, the historical use, based on Judge Mead's prior decision, the indication would be is that there was no legal use, and therefore, there's no non-conforming use at present.
So, okay, but legal nonconforming use is an issue of actual use, of actual use and intent to
Right.
abandon.
And I think what the point that they're getting to is the fact that this was previously litigated. In fact, the factual record established that there was prior use that was different than the judge ruled on the factual record that there was no prior non-conforming use.
Well, okay, so the judge, well, if I could continue, counsel, the judge's opinion, I don't think a court of common pleas opinion would prevent her from stating something she has firsthand knowledge to at this moment.
No, I guess.
I mean, the board could certainly weigh that.
Right.
The weight of this evidence could certainly be colored with the judge's
We're allowing you
opinion.
to present your testimony,
Sure.
obviously. It's, a factor in the analysis
Correct.
as to whether this is going to be decided a certain way. So, I mean, we'll allow you to continue, but I guess just know and understand that I think that, I guess, by and large, we're understanding your point, that, your position is that this has historically been, there was no, and your position is that there was no intent to abandon that prior use. And we hear you and we acknowledge that. So.
Okay, thank you. I guess then the issue would be, could I ask her that question, though?
Right.
Could you substantiate when you knew this information? Because the last time we discussed this, and it was specifically brought up about what the prior use was, this was never mentioned that it was a barn, used as a barn
I was never
before.
asked that. This is John Stewart right here. This is who I bought the house from.
Okay.
And he was here last meeting and we were cut off and he wasn't able to be called to speak because as you know, it was a super long meeting and everybody, So anyhow,
Right.
So if
Well,
we,
yeah,
well, hold on,
one second.
Yeah, we don't want to
we'll
testify.
have time. The point is,
yeah.
that would carry some weight, and I would ask if we have evidence of that or testimony to that, that would be important. And that's why I asked, rather than say, oh, it was used.
Sure.
Hey, let's defer off. You have a witness that used it that way, you can have that conversation, because it does come in
Oh,
a
no,
little bit
I
of
understand that. I
difference
guess,
from what was discussed previously.
yes, I certainly respect that position. I guess the question I would have, though, is if she wasn't asked that question, I think she should be able, I mean, I guess if there's a transcript here that she was asked that question and answered it differently, that could certainly be used for impeachment in a brief later or in a closing, but I don't believe she was asked that question. So I would, and she could explain, I mean, if it's through hearsay that he told me he did, that's fine, but I think as the purchaser of the property, she may or may not have firsthand knowledge, and if she has firsthand knowledge, that's certainly not hearsay.
Right, and if she can speak to firsthand knowledge, then.
Correct. So, Cassandra, let me slightly rephrase the question. Again, we've talked about the previous owner. Could you just identify them one more time so we're aware of it?
Jen Boza and John Stewart.
Okay, now Mr. Stewart is here today.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Now, you purchased the property.
Correct.
Did you look at the barn before you purchased the property?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did the barn at the time you observed it have the same structures we just reviewed in those photographs?
It had a chicken coop outside, a different one.
Okay. Were any animals being housed in that barn?
Yes, the chicken wire. So I need to talk about chicken coop. When I say chicken coop, I meant outside there was some chicken wire, but it still had the same coop inside. And there were chickens in the chicken coop.
Okay, so you personally observed chickens in the
Yes.
coop when
Yes.
you were looking to purchase the
Yes,
property? And then the previous owners were the owners of the property at that moment?
yes,
So it's safe to assume that they were their chickens?
yes.
Okay. So you purchased the property?
Correct.
Okay. When did you get your own animals for the property?
I would say about 5-6 years ago.
Okay. And this is prior to the amendments of the ordinance of 2022?
Correct.
Okay.
Could you state what year?
Oh, yeah. Do you know approximately?
I would say 2017, 2016.
And you stated previously you purchased in 2020, 2014?
14, yeah.
Okay.
15 or 16?
Well, hold on,
Oops, okay.
we'll let her testify, yeah, understand.
So what's her testimony on that issue?
Do you have a date?
I would say between 15, 16.
Okay. Now the animals that you got at that point, what were they?
We had chickens to start, some chickens.
Okay. Now where did you get the chickens from?
We had gotten some from Tractor Supply, and we had gotten some that were rescued from a divorce situation, and they were just gonna be displaced or killed, actually.
Okay. Now let's talk about the rescue. So you have why do you rescue animals?
I just feel it's in our heart to be the voice for the voiceless. I've always felt that way, and so has my husband, my entire family. It's a family affair. To rehab them, to give them love, it doesn't take much to give them shelter, food, and water, and they flourish. I just feel, as a person, that's what I like to do for our community.
Now you mentioned your husband.
Yes.
And what's your husband's name?
Stephen Wales,
Okay. And Stephen's occupation again?
he's a veterinarian.
Okay. Do you find it helpful that a veterinarian is there with housing animals and rescuing animals?
Absolutely. A lot of them need medical attention to rehab these animals. And it's the fact that they're on my property, I can help them faster and just care for them around the clock.
Okay. And is your, okay, I'm gonna. Now your animals at present, and you detailed them in prior testimony. Could you just give a summary of the animals you have at present on the property?
I have 2 Shetland ponies, so they're basically smaller than Great Danes. I have 2 pot-belly pigs. Those were both starved as well as the ponies. I have 2 little rabbits, and I have chickens in the barn.
Okay. Now,
How many chickens?
I have about 200 chickens now.
now these animals, where are they housed?
They have shelter in the barn, and then they're free to roam outside as well. All of our property is fenced in, and we have an electric gate, so everything is contained.
Okay. So do the animals trespass upon any neighbors' properties?
No.
Okay. Now, what is the impact?
I'd like to add, we just put up the fence like 2 years ago.
Okay. Who cares for the animals on a daily, weekly basis?
I do, and I also have some barn help, some volunteers that help us.
Okay. Now, what impact on your property do the animals have?
I don't think they have any negative impact. I think they're fertilizing our yard. They're doing what God intended our creatures to do. You know, I mean, they're chickens. They lay eggs. We share. I mean,
Okay. Now, what do you do with the eggs?
with the eggs, I sell them at the stand to kind of offset feed costs. They're very, very expensive to feed. And I also donate eggs to SafeNet, Mercy Center for Women, and the Erie City Mission, amongst all of my neighbors that want them.
Okay, so there is selling of eggs. That is that's a semi-commercial activity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How, I guess if you could assign a percentage, how many of the eggs do you sell versus donate? Just ballpark.
I would say we sell maybe 20%.
And the rest you're donating?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of whoever needs what at that week.
Okay. Now, so you testified previously that animal activities start from the 2015 to 2017 range, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when did you first have issues with the municipality in this matter, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly when. I recall the chain of events that happened, and then I received letters from the township.
Okay, could you describe the chain of events that happened?
Yeah, so our neighbor, or I guess, who owns the property was left in a trust to him and his brothers. His mother...
Who is that? Could you describe?
Gary Goboleski, the
Okay.
Goboleskis.
Okay.
So she unfortunately passed away in 2019, but before all that, we had a good relationship, I would say.
Well, hold on, let me clarify
yeah.
for the board so they
Yeah.
know. You said she passed away. Who's that?
Sorry, Gary's mother.
Okay. Did you receive complaints from Gary's mother regarding your activity?
No,
Okay. Did Gary's mother live on the property?
no,
Okay, but she owned the property as well.
yes.
Okay. So go ahead, where you left off.
Okay, and so, so basically, Gary was upset one day, and I wasn't home, and approached our lawn boy, and he was upset because they were, the lawn boy was mowing on his grass, he said. Well, when we purchased the home from John and Jen, we just kind of followed suit, the lawn boy did, of where everybody cut. I mean, I guess in hindsight, we really didn't know where the property line was. We just thought that that's where it was. So there was that incident, and then also Gary approached my barn helper and was upset, and I don't recall exactly for what. But so then one day he was on the other side of the barn where he typically goes, and I went up to him and I said, you know, why are you upset? You know, and he said, well, you're mowing my grass. And I said, okay, well, where is your property line? I'm happy to tell the lawn boy to retract and not mow that area. And so it's just kind of the conversation, it just kind of escalated a little bit, like Gary was just so upset and I didn't understand why. We were able to fish, my kids fished in his pond here and there, picked berries in the orchard here or there, so it really wasn't any big deal. I didn't
I'm
understand
gonna
why he was
object
upset.
just to relevancy as to this particular issue to just streamline everything.
Well,
This isn't really
right.
related to the issues.
Yeah,
We'll speak to this, council. We're just giving a factual background, but yeah, we'll speak. So, just in summary, though, Cassandra, Mr. Gablaski you believe, based on your knowledge, that Mr. Gablaski is the one who's starting the enforcement action with the municipality.
I do believe so.
Okay. Now, we identified in these photographs there are neighboring property owners, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do any neighboring property owners house chickens?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah,
So housing chickens is a common thing in this community?
correct.
Okay. Has it always been a common thing?
Yes,
Okay.
since we moved there.
Okay. Now, let's
So
talk.
the housing of chickens are on the side of Gary's orchard with our other neighbor, and up the hill, the Footmill, on the other side of his man cave. Up there's chickens. Down Lake Pleasant, people sell chickens, chicken eggs.
Okay. And now, Cassandra, let's talk about, you mentioned your work in the community. When you say you donate eggs, where do you donate eggs, just to clarify?
Safe Net Mercy Center for Women in Erie City Mission.
Okay. And do you do any work with children?
Yes, we do. We had a family farm day. It was on the news as well. It was for underprivileged children, handicapped children, and we gave them produce, eggs, and they were able, it was like a petting zoo for the day.
Okay,
Is
so,
there any can we, I guess?
oh yeah, we're
move things
closing.
on? I mean, and I think the last hearing, the board acknowledged that, you know, they were doing great things with,
Yeah.
I mean, all the time, the donations, you know.
Sure.
That was something that we had, and I recall that we acknowledged all of that, so.
We're,
you know,
we're,
again,
we'll speed along, yeah.
okay,
We just, I think in the standards, in the variance and necessary hardship standard, there are, one of the factors is impact on the community, is it a
Right.
negative impact? So I just wanted to,
Yeah,
but I
I think-
acknowledge,
yeah, I
counsel,
think we
you've heard
get
this, yeah.
that, yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. I guess in closing, Cassie, do you believe your agricultural activities, your chicken raising, you're having the cute ponies, the potbelly pigs, having the underprivileged children here, do you feel this is a net benefit for this Mill Creek community?
Yes, I do wholeheartedly, otherwise I wouldn't do it. I try to do everything I do for other people.
Okay. Have any other neighbors voiced concerns or complaints to you?
No,
Okay. Are your neighbors generally supportive of your activities?
yes, they are.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have some very brief questions, gentlemen. Mrs. Wales, my name's Lydia Caparosa. I represent Mill Creek Township in this matter.
Nice to meet you.
You previously testified that you started an animal clinic.
Correct.
Or where is that located?
1703 Peninsula.
And you also testified that you personally observed chickens in the barn when you were looking at the property to purchase that. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall how many chickens you observed?
I don't.
More than a dozen or less than a
Yes.
dozen? More than 30?
I would say about that.
Was the barn, when you looked at it for purposes of purchasing the property, being used for anything else?
Say again?
Aside from housing the chickens, what was the barn being used to store?
There were boats, cars, stuff like that.
You indicated that the keeping of the animals began between 2015 and 2017, and that you now have about 200 chickens, correct?
Yes,
When did you acquire all of the chickens?
over the years.
And
But the majority of them I had gotten during COVID because there was an egg shortage, as you know. People were knocking on my door, and I wanted to help the community. I wanted to feed everybody.
okay, so nope, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the majority of the chickens were purchased, they weren't rescued.
No, that's not true. There were a lot that were rescued. I can't sit and count how many chickens, but there were a lot rescued from one particular farm. And then we had gotten some chicks to help with the 2020 crisis.
And you also testified that some of the neighbors in the area also have chickens, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many chickens the neighbors have?
I don't. I try
Um,
not to go up Footmill by his man cave.
Anybody right nearby you?
Yeah, on the other side of the orchard, I go every day.
And do you know about approximately how many chickens they have?
I don't. It's set in the back, and I just see them sometimes.
Probably less than the number you have of chickens?
Less, yes, less than 200.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some questions for you, Mrs. Wales.
Sure.
Before I do that, I didn't want to distribute this set of exhibits, so I apologize for These are all of the photographs that were attached to this appeals memorandum and supplemental memorandum.
Yeah, Thank you. Counsel, I guess just maybe an objection. Are you putting these in through a witness, or are you going to ask my?
I'm just giving the documents.
These were the, I think, the same, were they the same memoranda that were already stipulated?
That's
be
correct.
entered into the record?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering on, I think you still have to enter these in through a witness to get them into evidence, right?
Well, we all I think these
Yeah, we
were all stipulated to at the beginning of the hearing, correct?
Correct. I mean, certainly the appeal, the briefs and
The
those sorts of
briefs, yeah,
documents.
These are the memoranda
Yeah, I mean, these are a list of, I guess I would have some authentication questions on these if you're gonna speak to them, Counsel.
Yeah, so Attorney Bax, are these the same memoranda that were previously circulated?
Yes, they're the same exhibits that were attached to the original memorandum of submitted January 24th, which was submitted and circulated to all parties.
Okay, and those were the ones that were stipulated too?
Yeah, I mean, well, our photographs are the same. I mean, we sent them previously. I guess I just want, I think just evident, I know rules of evidence are relaxed. I just want to make sure to see who took them, when did they take them, those kind of things.
So you're saying with respect to the memoranda, the specific exhibit, the photograph exhibits? you
Yeah, I guess really, I mean, the deed I have no problem with. I just would, like, for example, here, there's a picture of 2 stray chickens on an undisclosed field. I just don't know who took that, where that is,
We
things
can
like
get
that.
into that.
Do we want to get into that
I would just think with his own, if he has a witness, that
Yeah.
might be appropriate.
I'm just cross-examining
Right.
All right, but you're passing out your exhibits as you're cross-examining my
Right.
witness.
because
So-
I'm gonna use 1 or 2.
Well, use 1 or 2. How about that?
I'll leave that to the
Sure.
solicitor and the
Okay.
board
Right,
to instruct me on.
so I think, I guess with respect to the memoranda, what are you going to be referring to? Is it,
Right now, I'm gonna begin by asking Mrs. Wales some questions about their ownership of the property.
okay,
And with that, I'm going to use what we have marked as Golubieski Exhibit G, which is the Wales deed, which conveys the property from Stephen Wales to Stephen and Cassandra Wales in February of this year, after we filed our memorandum.
no photos at this time?
We may get into some photos, but I'm
Okay.
gonna cross-examine her on those photos.
Okay,
And I'm gonna use photos with Mr. Golubieski will be called as a witness, and we're gonna go through and authenticate the photos.
okay.
at
Are
that
you
time.
That's
okay
fine.
with that
Oh, I'm
procedure?
fine. Oh, yeah, that's fine. If he's, just
I
so
mean,
he's
it
gonna,
might occur after the fact.
that's fine. Just so they're authenticated at some
Okay.
point, that's fine.
Yeah, the photos are gonna be authenticated by Mr. Golubieski.
Okay,
And so, Mrs. Wales, I would ask you, you said that we acquired the property in 2014. In fact, it was your husband who acquired title to the property on April 30th of 2014.
We were married.
Yes, you were married, and do you recall that the deed was in your husband's name only?
Because I was moving our house in Michigan. I was scheduled to be on the deed, but since I was not present, they had to
Okay.
redo the paperwork.
So at the time of the last hearing, the hearing of December 1, 2021, your husband was the sole owner of the property at that time. Is that correct? The sole title owner of the property at that time.
I thought if you're married, it's
We
all
would,
the
we would
same.
stipulate the chain of title as to who owned the property when. We would also stipulate that it would be marital property, should have a marital interest. I
Yeah.
don't know. Is there a standing objection? Is that
Yeah.
why you're bringing that up? Or?
No, I just want to make sure that the record is correct, that in February of 2023, your husband conveyed the property to himself and to you as marital property. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at the time, the deed, I'm going to show you a copy of the deed and ask you if you can, it's Exhibit G, Counsel.
Sure, thank you.
Ask you if you can read the all capital letters statement regarding the transfer tax. Read it loud, please.
I don't have my glasses. Will you read that, please?
Well, Counsel?
I could read it. I mean, this is. Yeah, this looks like this is a. Are you trying to point out the typo here? Is that what you're doing?
No.
Where are you at? I'm sorry.
We recounsel that,
Right here?
that the Wales deed states that this is a conveyance from husband to husband and is therefore exempt from realty transfer taxes. Should have been husband and wife.
Sure.
Agree with that?
I agree. That typo is a huge factor here, so go ahead, Counsel.
That's not what we're getting to. And also, Mrs. Wales, would you agree that at the last hearing that we had, even though you weren't on the deed at the time, your husband testified that he was here representing you and your 3 children when he provided his testimony? Do you recall that? You were here.
it's relevance, I don't know what we're getting at here.
Can we maybe explain to us what your,
Well, my thought is that I filed a brief on January 24th, which was the day before the original scheduled hearing, I believe.
okay,
And in that, I raised issues of collateral estoppel and issue preclusion, which requires identity of the parties. It requires identity of factual issues, identity of the parties, and the fact that the parties have full and fair opportunity to litigate, and that there's been a decision there. And one of the issues is identity of the parties. My concern was that when Dr. Wales conveyed the property to himself and his wife after I filed the brief that said the parties are the same, I was concerned that they were going to argue that the parties are different. And the parties are not different because the evidence will show that Mrs. Wales was in fact in privy with her husband. And I believe she just testified that she considered the property to be married property at the time.
We have, again, yeah, we don't have any objection to that line of questioning. Certainly, counsel could bring that up in the court of common pleas, but we don't, they were, I mean, the record is what it is, so I don't know that we're not objecting to that. We're not trying to hide anything. This was not a transfer made to avoid issue preclusion or anything like that.
Is it fair then, Mrs. Wales, to say that at the prior December 1, 2021 hearing, that your husband and you both testified about the property and the use of the property? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it correct that at the time that your husband, although he was the only record title holder of the property, did his best to represent your interests in that appeal?
My interest?
Yes.
No, our family's interest, the
And
50.
yours and your family's interests, yes.
What are we getting at here? I don't get it. Sorry, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I mean, I guess I'm just saying.
Can somebody
this-
help me?
the
I-
rules- Well, hold on, I'm sorry,
I think
I'll slow
he's
down.
getting to the point that, that you were present at the last hearing.
Yes.
And that you had an opportunity to speak, you had your, I guess, the record was reflective of the facts that were established at that time. I think that's what Attorney Bax is getting at, is that correct?
Yes, there are legal requirements that to be in privity, her interest should have been protected by a party, by a person who was a party to the proceeding. Technically, she was not a party to the last proceeding, but my argument is she was in privity with that party. The party was her husband, so she's in privity. But I wanted to establish that with evidence. Would
I
you-
transferred the deed. He signed it over.
would
Can I
counsel agree
speak?
that they were in privity?
I'm not
at
going
the
to,
time of the
I'm not
last-
going to agree with the statement of privity. I mean, I'm just saying that the record is what it is. I think you can make that legal argument if you'd like. That's fine.
That's why I'm asking the question. You can do it the hard way. Mrs. Wales,
Yes, Gary Bax.
at the do you recall hearing at the prior zoning hearing board hearing on December 1, 2021, that your husband testified as follows? My name is Stephen Wales. My name is Steve Wales. I appreciate you guys being here tonight. I know it's been a long day for myself as well as you guys. I live at 509 Arbuckle Road, Erie, PA. I'm here representing my wife, Cassandra, and we have 3 children, and then the children are named. Do you dispute that your husband testified to that at the prior hearing?
I guess, let me just issue one objection, maybe to the sign of testimony, maybe we can clear this up. So, counsel, I just want to make sure, is your position, or what you arguing is that they are forever barred from filing a zoning appeal on similar issues with a different ordinance several years later?
My contention, as stated in the brief that we filed on January 24th of this year, is that because there was a final decision in the first appeal, and because no appeal was taken from that, and because the same parties are involving the same basic factual issues, that there is a preclusion from relitigating those issues. For example, the fact that the barn was not used for, was not used for animals, was a finding of fact of this court, and a finding of fact that was accepted by the Wales and was fully litigated, was accepted by the court. That should not be relitigated in this hearing.
We'll stip,
What we have is the same parties, we have setback problems, and we have the same use. It's a different ordinance, it may have different setbacks, it may have different requirements for locations of where animals can be kept. But the basic facts that were set forth in the first appeal shouldn't be subject to relitigation in this appeal. And I know that the Wales want to do that. But they're precluded. They lost that appeal. That's my position. And I'm not asking you to rule upon it tonight, but I do want to establish that Mrs. Wales, as a matter of fact, as a matter of evidence, testified at the prior appeal and that her interests were adequately protected by her husband. She was in privity with the record title holder at the time.
I guess, just in very brief response, I certainly, counsel has submitted his brief, which is now in the record, so these legal issues were raised. We are here tonight mostly because the municipality brought an enforcement action. So we're arguing these issues as on the basis of an enforcement action brought by the municipality. We also have an ordinance that is totally different, and we now have issues where we're seeking a variance of an ordinance that did not exist at that time. And we feel this is, and further, I think the procedural vehicle that I believe council has waived is a motion to quash. There could have been a motion to quash that was previously filed to sort of quash this appeal on those evidentiary grounds, or maybe a motion to eliminate. None of those things were done. We're here tonight in the midst of the appeal. We've already started our presentation, so I don't think those are relevant. I think council has, though, preserved those arguments for the court to come in place.
I mean, we're
Right.
not, a court, a formal court in that
Correct.
sense where, we're entertaining motions or there's any
Correct.
procedure set up for that type of framework. So obviously, we're here to give the taxpayers of this community an opportunity to be heard. There is a new ordinance, we acknowledge that. But, we do have to keep in mind, there is a certain factual record that was previously established. I think that everyone in the room acknowledges that. Is that correct? I mean, we had that.
We certainly acknowledge the factual record, and certainly council could bring up if, say, there's contradictory evidence that they said something under oath before and are saying something different here now. I don't think that any of those issues have arisen here. So, yeah.
But again, I don't mean to belabor this, but the point is that there are legal doctrines which apply, which are called based on collateral estoppel or issue preclusion, based on the identity of the parties and the identity of the issues. It doesn't have to be the exact same issues, but to the extent that factual issues are in dispute, those factual issues were already decided in the prior hearing.
Right, and that's acknowledged. Now, I mean, obviously, that's.
If new facts arise, though, those facts can also be put into evidence. And again, council's brief is filed of record, so his arguments are made.
Right.
But the point of the issue preclusion is that we don't relitigate it. We don't bring in new witnesses that weren't there before. They had a full and fair opportunity to bring all of this evidence in before, and they lost, and they didn't do it.
He wasn't
Right.
questioned.
I mean, and getting back to the factual record, that, again, has been established with respect to those facts at hand on that particular issue. This is obviously a new ordinance, and there was a new enforcement action, so that's why we're here. I'm not belittling the argument of res judicata, issue preclusion, complaint preclusion, anything along those lines. Those are obviously things that we are going to take into consideration as part of the deliberation, we as the board. So it's noted, we get that, and obviously to preserve the record, you're entitled to, obviously ask the questions that you need to in order to establish.
Okay. And I'll do that, and I thank you for that. And how many chickens are currently on the property, Mrs. Wales?
Asked and answered.
I think she did say approximately 200.
I wanted to refresh my recollection. Is that fewer chickens than you had in 2021?
Yes.
And you say now that you have 2 pot-bellied pigs on the property, but your testimony in 2021 was that, well, I say you were, in your husband's testimony in 2021 was that you had raised 4 or 5 pigs for slaughter and housed them in the barn. Is that correct?
We did do that once, but they're not currently there. We only did that one time during COVID because we didn't know where our food was gonna come from. There was a pandemic.
Okay. Is it your contention that, that you should be allowed to keep as many livestock, as many pigs as you can reasonably keep in that barn?
Reasonably.
Okay. So, in the event that your appeal is granted tonight, you are not committing to the board to keep only 2 pot-bellied pigs. Is that correct?
I will commit to keep the animals that I have there now.
Or will you commit to not expand them beyond that?
Yes, I will commit to that.
You had 4 to 5 pigs for slaughter prior to the hearing in December of 2021. Will you be keeping other animals for slaughter, for family food, family use?
If there's another pandemic, yeah, I would get a pig for slaughter. Yeah, I mean, that only makes sense, as well as like chickens, like you eat chicken.
Yeah. With regard to these rescue chickens, you said that you wanted the chickens to flourish. Is it your testimony that keeping 200 chickens, or 200 to 300 chickens over the history of your ownership of the barn, that those 200 to 300 chickens flourish when kept in the barn?
I believe they need to free range to get a healthy diet. So they go in the barn and out during the day, they come and go as they please.
And so the chickens, historically, during your ownership of the barn, you've kept 200 to 300 chickens in that barn, is that correct?
Historically, like the whole entire time, I
Yeah.
said earlier, I didn't just get like 200 and 300 chickens. Like over time, it just depended what needed rescue. And then, like I said, the pandemic, so then we got more chickens.
And when you allow the chickens to free range, those chickens are allowed to range in your front yard, correct?
My backyard, front yard, side yard, the whole 2 acres.
All yards, the
Yep.
whole 2 acres?
Yep.
Okay. Now, you said that you had a barn helper, and you mentioned volunteers, but in 2021, the testimony was that you had a paid barn helper. Is that correct? You had a paid barn helper in 2021?
Yes, back then.
And do you still have a paid barn helper now?
I have the same one, but he volunteers.
Do you compensate him in any way?
No, I do not.
And what's his name
Dustin
and his last name?
Thornton,
Dustin Thornton?
yes.
Thank you.
He works way less hours now to help, to volunteer. I don't remember saying that I paid somebody. I don't recall that in
I think your husband
2021.
testified to that effect.
Okay,
Regardless of who said it, you had a paid barn helper in 2021, isn't that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you some photographs. You mentioned that, and it's going to be exhibit, the supplement to Exhibit D.
Who took the photographs?
Pardon me?
Who took the photographs?
Well, I'm going to ask you about some photographs, okay?
Okay,
We're not
but who
moving
took
these
the
in.
photographs to present?
Well, I'll show
Do
you
you want,
this.
are you requesting him to authenticate those now? I thought we talked about, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, well, she can answer if she
I'm gonna
recognizes them or
authenticate the
not.
photos.
So she may not recognize them.
We're going to show you what we have marked as exhibit, and you have that in there. Exhibit D23.
So,
And do you see the photograph of D23?
yes.
Did you take that
I
photograph, ma'am?
certainly did from my
And-
deck,
and
because
what is
Mr.
that-
Goboleski
Hold on,
was
her answer.
behind my house taking pictures on the side, behind, and on the other side. He drives his tractor, as you can see, there's a tree, and he hides behind that tree and takes pictures on and off that tractor, as well in the orchard, behind the trees, pops out, takes pictures. He does this all day long.
Do you contend?
I took that picture.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do you contend that Mr. Golubieski and his tractor were on your property at that time?
It looks like it. I mean, I don't have a fence there. It's not definitive.
Now, I'm going to ask you,
It was right by that tree, and our property is right there.
did you,
It's my tree.
Jerry, what are we getting at?
I'm going to say that Mr. Golubieski was not on our property. Mr. Golubieski was taking photographs of chickens that were trespassing in his yard.
In January, he had a camera going like this over my fence, taking pictures and video.
Move to strike.
Move to strike, she answered the question.
She's answering the, I mean,
You asked me, solicitor, you asked me a question. I've responded to the question. The purpose of this is to show that Mr. Golubieski has not been trespassing on a
we're
property.
not.
That's
we're
not an issue
to
here. This isn't a
discuss
suit
the
and trespass.
Okay.
What's the last picture in there? Gary took that picture of the feed truck delivering feed, exhibit something D24.
There is an exhibit of a feed truck, yes.
Okay, thank you. Not
And-
taken by me, so I don't know who that was taken
That's
by.
correct.
Was that taken by your client, Gary Goboleski?
I'm not going to answer your questions, Ben. I'm here
Oh,
to ask
okay.
you questions.
Okay,
Now,
that's very respectful of you.
Well, the question is, well, let's go to that very question. It's photograph D24, and this is a photograph that the metadata shows that it was taken on February 16th of 2023 at 3:44 PM
By
from
whom?
a position other than on your property,
By
correct?
whom? Whom took that picture? Who gave you that picture?
We'll get into that in our
No,
case in chief.
answer my question. Who took that
Yeah,
picture?
I mean, well, I guess,
This is not being productive right now, so if there's a question to ask, let's ask the question from the attorney.
Is it a fact?
That's my house.
Is it a-
That's a fact.
Is it a fact that this is a truck delivering a load of chicken feed to your barn on February 16th, 2023?
Yes, I support a local business, Erie Co-op.
That was my question.
Have to feed the animals. I take good care of my animals, and it's very expensive.
How big is the load of chicken feed that you buy at the time? How many tons of chicken feed?
Like about 15 bags, maybe, whatever I need.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
About 15 bags of feed.
Thank you.
we will stipulate that she gets the appropriate amount of feed for the number of chickens she has.
And all my animals.
Now, the barn is in your front yard, correct?
The side front yard, that is correct.
Is it correct that you have no chicken coop, stable, or animal pen in your backyard? Do you have a chicken coop in your backyard?
No, I have
Do you
a
have a s-
fence. I have different fences. I have dogs as well.
You have an enclosure for your dogs, is that correct? A chain link fence for your dog?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a chicken coop in your backyard?
No, I do not have a chicken coop in my backyard.
And do you have a stable in your backyard?
No, I do not.
And do you have a pig pen or
I mean, my
pigsty in your
pigs and
backyard?
horses go in the back if they want, or in the separate little area, but the main reason why I got that was for all my foster dogs. My foster dogs. It's important to get them a lot of outdoor time for rehab. That's why I have fence in the backyard.
And I want to show you what we have, and this is Exhibit D, Council.
Okay, so D1 or D, you got a bunch of Ds.
Yeah, we're going to go through, it's Exhibit D, and we're going to go
Okay.
through various photographs.
Sure.
Various, let's.
And again, we will be involved with authenticating these photographs during our case in chief.
Okay.
With regard to, please take a look at photograph D1.
Which we already did last time at the last meeting.
At the last hearing?
Yeah, you showed the
Okay.
pictures of the trash cans.
Yeah, so
And
is
you
it,
counted my trash cans.
Again, just relevance, I mean, number of trash cans, I don't think is in debate here, dispute, or relevant to any ordinance that we're seeking relief from, so I don't know what.
this goes to the variance of the hardship and the changing the character of the neighborhood, and whether or not it's common in that neighborhood for there to be 10 to 15 bins of manure and barn waste by any other
What, do
property.
we have evidence there's manure or barn waste, or do you have evidence there's trash cans? What do you?
I'm going to ask that
Okay,
question.
okay, that's
Okay.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair, go ahead.
Mrs. Wales,
Yes.
picture D1, we will have evidence that this photograph was taken in 2021.
Well, he's testifying now, we can't.
Just, can we
Damned
Yes,
if I do, damned if I don't. I understand.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wales, is Exhibit D1 a photograph of your property that shows multiple trash cans in the front yard?
Yes, we already went through this
And we
in the
went-
last hearing.
Yes, and at that last hearing, you admitted that these were, in fact, barn waste and manure in these bins, correct?
Not all of them, some of them.
And what are the other
And
ones?
household trash.
Okay.
I would stipulate to any photos that came in at the last hearing that we don't need to go through that again if it's already a record.
Yeah, it's already
So I
been
don't really-
discussed.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Then I won't go through
And
these.
we can't even tell what this is either. I mean,
With regard to that same Exhibit D, let's go through to,
Just to bring up the point, I mean, since these appear to be the same photos that were previously submitted, I mean,
Was
Gary,
there
were these
yeah.
all
Exhibit-
all of these submitted previously? as part of the
Exhibit,
prior hearing?
no, Exhibits D10 through D21 were all taken post adjudication by this board, and were all taken during the course of the Wales' prior unsuccessful appeal to Common Pleas Court.
who took these
Wait,
pictures,
hold on,
Gary?
hold on. I'm sorry, Counsel, I just wanted to say, they're taken after the last hearing but before the appeal, is what you're saying?
No, I will restate it.
Sure.
These photographs, which are photographs D10 through D21, are photographs that were taken in calendar year 2022, during the time period in which the Wales were prosecuting their unsuccessful appeal, and during the, and also after the time period in which Judge Mead had ruled that their use of their property was an
Attorney Baxter,
unlawful
taken in
use.
2022. We understand.
2022.
Okay, that's all we
Yeah,
really need to
okay,
hear.
good.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. If you will please review photographs D12, that shows 8 bins along Arbuckle Road by your property. Is that correct? You see that?
That's correct.
And those are bins that contain manure and barn waste. Isn't that true?
Some are, some are not.
With regard to photograph D13, that shows 15 bins positioned in front of your barn along Arbuckle Road. And isn't it true that 15 bins contain barn waste and manure?
Like I said before, some do, some don't, and it is springtime, so, you know, or winter, so you clean.
On average, when you place 15 bins in front of your yard,
True. It's not average. 15's not average.
what percent of the bins that are placed in front of your barn on a weekly basis contain barn waste or manure?
I do not know. I would say maybe, you said average? I mean, maybe 4, average?
Isn't it fair to
3?
say that on average, you place 10 to 15 waste bins in front of your barn on a weekly basis, and in those waste bins is straw and manure from the pigs, from the 200 chickens, and from the horses?
Some are, some aren't, like I stated before. And
Is-
it's not an average of 10 to 15.
Can we confirm that basically this information is no different than what we had back in December of '21? And at that time, we had testimony that the neighbors did not have any objection, and that we've gone through all of this, and that nothing has changed since that point.
Is that correct, that nothing has changed since that point in terms of the operation of the chickens and pigs and horses and the disposal of manure and barn waste?
No,
Has that remained the same?
Everything's pretty much been the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. That was a better way of approaching it. I appreciate that.
Who took these pictures?
We will,
Did your
Get to that.
client, Gary,
It's
take
not
those
relevant.
pictures?
It's not relevant.
Okay.
those are all the questions I have for Mrs. Wales at this time. Thank you.
If I may, I have one brief follow-up. Mrs. Wales,
Yes, ma'am.
after Judge Mead's opinion came out in, I think it was August of 2022, did you or your husband submit any applications to the township for a change of use of the property?
No, I do not believe so.
Thank you.
We had a different attorney at the time, and I think things weren't clear.
We just have a couple witnesses. We could, Or do we
I
wanna-
guess as the board, do you guys want to, do you have any questions that you,
sure.
with respect to this witness, obviously?
Right.
I do.
Yes, sir.
How many boats and cars were in there when you moved in?
I think there was only like maybe 2.
Percentage-wise, was it barn filled?
The barn was not filled with boats and cars when we
You-
looked at the house.
You could have fit more, somebody could have fit more in if they wanted to.
If they wanted to, but their house was for sale, so maybe they moved stuff, I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I have a question for Matt. At the time, so they purchased this property in 2014? 2014. The zoning ordinance at the time, was that the previous zoning ordinance?
Yes, correct.
And I guess at that time, there was mention that there was a chicken coop, or there was chickens there. I guess, was the township aware of that at that time? And if there was, would that have been in violation of the zoning ordinance?
I was not here at that time, but our records do not indicate any chicken coops at the property.
So the township at that time didn't have, now if there was a chicken coop, then that would be in violation of the prior zoning ordinance, consistent with the nature of the appeal, I guess, nature of the appeal that was filed in the last hearing in 2021, is that correct? So, I guess the question I'm asking is, was it a permissible use to have a chicken coop in that location on the farm in 2014?
No.
Mr. Tillman?
Maybe we could ask, I
yeah,
guess,
I
what,
was-
I'm sorry, Counsel.
No, go ahead. I don't know what you're. I was like, Mr. Tillman, with respect to your question, and I can
Oh,
ask
go ahead, Kat.
Mr. Puzz the specifics as to what section of the ordinance and
That's-
where he
was
would say
my
it was
question.
not permitted, but, and I have only one copy, I did not bring multiple copies. But, Mr. Puzz, under the prior zoning ordinance, you've testified that the chicken coop, where it's located, would not have been a permitted use, correct?
Correct.
And why is that? If you recall, I do have a copy, I can give this to you.
Chicken coops, under the prior ordinance, chicken coops were required to be a minimum of 400 feet from any property line.
And where the barn is currently located is not 400 feet from any abutting property line, correct?
From my understanding, correct.
And I'm gonna give you, and for everybody else's reference, it's gonna be section 145-42, C9 of the old zoning ordinance. And Mr. Putz, if you can confirm the restriction.
That is correct.
Anybody else want to say?
I guess. Council, do we have an enactment date of the original?
I can hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm asking a question of council. Council, do we have an enactment date of the original zoning ordinance? I know, City of Newcastle, our zoning ordinance is from 1979.
I can perhaps help a little bit. I believe that Judge Mead, in his opinion, denying the Wales appeal from the 2021 hearing, Judge Mead said that the prior ordinance went into effect in 2011.
Okay.
And just to confirm, Mrs. Wales, you purchased the property in 2014, correct?
Correct.
So,
And you had no indication when you bought it that there were these ordinances?
No. There was a barn in the country. I truly thought that you could have animals in the barn. I never meant to, if I did, violate or upset the zoning board. I just merely looked at it as the American dream with a barn, a house.
Would the board like to see the zoning ordinance, previous one? If you want, I don't need it.
I'm
but-
okay.
Should we call our next witness?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you, guys.
At this point, we're going to call John, the seller.
John Stewart?
John Stewart. John, can you?
My name's John Stewart, live at 9558 Donation Road in Watford.
Okay. Now, John, how far do you currently live from the Wales?
4 or 5 miles.
Okay. And John, you're the previous owner of the subject property?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when did you purchase this property?
We lived there 8 years, so whatever the math works out to.
So 8 years prior to 2014?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, John, you're familiar with the property?
I am.
Okay. And John, you're familiar with the barn on the property?
I am.
Okay. Now, was the barn was the barn equipped for the keeping of animals and hay, straw, as it's been previously described?
Yes, I didn't change the barn.
Okay. So when you purchased the barn in 14, say 2006 approximately?
Right.
Okay. The barn was as it was
Correct.
now. Okay. Now, John, did you ever house animals in that barn?
I'm gonna place an objection on the record, because we are now relitigating the prior use of the barn, and that was a finding of fact in the prior appeal from which the Wales took no appeal.
We-
So, that is where the doctrine of issue preclusion comes in, and so I'm gonna object to any further testimony on that prior use.
We're going to make an offer of proof as we made before. This is a new appeal brought about by enforcement action with a new ordinance, and this is new evidence that was not previously
We'll note
presented.
the objection
Yeah.
and allow the testimony to continue.
Thank you.
Okay, the answer is yes. We had, say, 20 laying chickens and 40 or 50 meat chickens at a time in there, a few times. I'll just answer. So we did have chickens in there.
Okay, now, John, when did you first obtain chickens?
So if I lived there 8 years, we had them for 4 years. Half the time we lived there, we had chickens. So,
So
whatever.
approximately 2009 or 10?
Correct.
Okay. So there were chickens in the barn in
Yes.
2009 or 10?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other animals you kept?
We had multiple dogs, but not, yeah.
Sure. Now, John, from whom did you purchase the property?
Roger, 80-year-old guy, Roger, I get his last name.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of Roger keeping any animals in the barn?
I do not.
Okay. But when you purchased the property, the barn was still equipped for animals?
Correct.
Okay.
We stored vehicles and boats on the top level in the wintertime for my friends, you know? That's what we did. The vehicle storage, that's what I did there.
And in storing those vehicles, did you intend to abandon the use of the barn for storing animals?
No, I was just a guy with some space that someone could put a boat in there.
Okay. No further questions.
And can I say one more thing? So at the last hearing, you asked for people to come up and talk, and then there was a line formed, and you asked for just one person out of a household, and if you didn't live in Mill Creek or in the neighborhood, did not speak. So we went back and sat down, and that's why we didn't state that we had chickens in that barn prior, you know?
So you were at the hearing, but were not given an opportunity to speak because of the length of the hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Um,
John, hold on one second. They might have some questions.
Nope, that's okay. Mr. Stewart, I'll be really brief with you. When you purchased the property in 2006, did you tour the barn prior to your purchase?
Yes.
Do you recall what was in the barn at that time?
You know, there's firewood, tractors, junk,
But no animals?
no animals. Hewitt is his last name. Roger Hewitt is the guy I bought it from. Hewitt?
And that's all I have for you, Mr. Stewart.
And I just have a couple questions, Mr. Stewart. With regard to the prior owner, there was testimony at the prior hearing that you attended that owner, and his name might have been Hewlett. Do you recall whether or not he had been keeping boats?
Could you please speak into the microphone?
That he had been keeping
Yeah, I believe he kept boats on the upper level also for his friends or whatever.
boats and vehicles on the upper
Yeah,
level?
it's like winter storage for,
Are you aware of if he ever charged rent for that winter storage?
do I know if he charged rent?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
okay. Did you charge rent for that?
Did I charge rent?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Those are the questions.
I'm done.
You guys done with this? Okay, great. We're just gonna, well, we're almost finished, guys. We would like to call the next door neighbor, Dean Brown, I think?
I'm sorry, before we call Mr. Brown, I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Stewart. Could we bring him back up just now?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Sorry.
You resided on this property with Jim Bose, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you moved away from the property, did you move away so that you could raise horses on a different property so you wouldn't be in violation of the Mill Creek Township zoning ordinance?
We have horses, correct, yes?
Okay. And you acquired those horses after you moved to
No.
your current property, is that correct?
My wife had horses before that.
And did she keep those horses in the barn or not?
No.
And did the reason that, and what was her reason for not keeping the horses in the barn that you owned? Because she was aware and you were aware that you could not keep livestock in that barn.
No, it's a hobby for her. She goes where all the other females have horses at a, that's, yeah,
But you moved away from that property around 2014,
yes,
and now on the property that you now own, you keep horses on that property.
yes,
Okay. And do you have a barn on that property?
a couple of them.
Okay. And did you own, at the time of your move, from the Arbuckle Road property to where you live now, are any of the horses that you have stabled now on your property, did you own those horses at the time you owned the Arbuckle property?
Yes,
Okay. So you didn't stable them at the Arbuckle property when you owned those horses, but the same horses that you own now, you stable at your current home. In what township are you?
Waterford?
Waterford,
Summit,
okay.
Waterford, yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Stewart, I just have one follow-up
Okay.
question. With respect to the chickens that were on the property when you sold it, what happened with those chickens?
Well, the meat chickens you butcher and the other ones I gave to somebody else that had chickens when we
Okay.
moved. Yes. That was that.
That's it.
Is it also safe to assume that 2 acres doesn't allow for much room for horses to move around? And do you
No,
have
I mean,
more acreage
Do I?
where you
Yeah,
live now?
Yeah, we have, yeah, yes, yeah, yes. Yep. Yeah, these-
Please
Hold
don't
on, hold on,
speak
yeah,
to the
yeah,
audience.
Hold on. Yeah, we,
So when you moved out, there were no animals, chickens, whatever, in the barn?
I didn't leave any animals behind, no,
Okay.
no.
So, but to clarify, isn't the reason that you moved away from Arbuckle Road to your current place in Waterford because you had the understanding that you were not allowed to keep?
he's already answered that question in the negative. He's already answered that question. No, that's not why he moved.
I
He
moved
already,
because
we
they
can
put
look
a
at the
sewer
chart.
line down there, charged me $21,000 to hook up to it, that's why I moved, out of Mill Creek.
Thank
Any
you.
further questions for the board?
No.
Okay, we'd like to call Mr. Brown.
Before we get started, Tamara, do you need a break?
How many more witnesses, I guess, do we have?
Well, and that's it, and I guess I maybe want to address this collectively with the board. We have some really nasty weather out there, and we're approaching 9 o'clock. We just have a couple more witnesses, but I don't know if the board, I don't know how long.
Can we assume that these testimonies will, in fact,
If we could just-
concur with what was testified before in favor of the whales?
We can't, I'm trying to stay of just general in favor of the whales, but I think we have some distinct relevant testimony here from
Yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
Brown,
if
and
it's
that's,
distinct, relevant, new,
Yeah.
then I think we,
yes, understand.
do it. But if it's gonna be repetitious.
We love the whales are great, yeah, we
Right.
understand. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Brown, where do you reside currently?
436 Arbuckle Road.
Okay, now how far is that from the whales property?
Oh, maybe a couple hundred feet.
Okay, if you could, so here's an aerial map here, and again, I'm referencing this is Mr. Gablowski's Exhibit D, I believe. Can you reference just where you would be in relation there? It might not even be on the,
Oh, right here.
right there. Okay, so you can actually see, you're right across the
Two
street.
of the cars, yeah, right across the street.
Okay,
What exhibit was that?
this is Exhibit, oh, you admitted,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was in the enforcement section, yeah.
Exhibit E.
Okay, sorry. You got letters. Okay, so very close by.
Yes,
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
almost 20 years.
Okay, and now, did you know the owners previous to the whales?
Yes,
And that would be the gentleman,
yes,
Mr. Stewart, who just
John, yes.
testified. And do you recall the owners previous to Mr. Stewart?
yes, Roger and his wife, yes.
Roger and his wife. Okay. Now, are you familiar, and approximately, well, let me ask you a question. You said about 20 years you've been there right now. Okay. So you were there prior to 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Now, The previous owner, prior to Mr. Snooter, do you recall what their names were?
It was his wife had passed, and it was his second wife, and they had just got married. I don't remember her, but I remember him because I spent a lot of time talking with him and getting used to the neighborhood and stuff like that.
Sure. Now, the barn that we've all been discussing this evening, did that barn exist on the property at
Oh,
that
yeah.
time? Okay. And it was already an old barn at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that barn was used for with that second owner back?
Oh, yeah. We first moved in, he had chickens for a little while, and we were talking, and he did have, there were 2 Mill Creek police officers who were friends of his that put boats up in the top part. He did as a favor because they were friends of his.
Sure.
But the one time I said, so what's up with no more chickens? And the coyotes were killing them, and he said, I'm done, and that was it.
Had chickens myself and had coyote issues, yeah,
Oh,
they'll do
yes.
that. So there were chickens,
There were, yes.
okay, and you have firsthand knowledge of that, you
Oh,
witnessed the
yes.
chickens?
I mean, I lived right across the street. I've seen them.
Okay. And you're aware of the whales right now, and you're aware of the whales' use of the property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does the current whales' use of the property interfere with your use of the property?
Not whatsoever.
Okay. Do you find an excess of smells or noise or anything along those natures?
No, in fact, the way the garbage cans are lined up is better than sometimes you drive by people and they got 2 sitting in the middle of the road or in the drive. It's always in order and it's always clean and there's never any smell.
Okay. And you're supportive of the whales continuing their use?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Brown, with regard to the garbage cans, there are between 10 to 15 garbage cans put out weekly in front of the Wales barn. Isn't that true?
Not every week, no. Not that number every week.
On average, how many are put out in front of the Wales barn?
I'm going to say on an average, maybe 6, 7.
But there are as many as 15 on occasion.
On occasion, on occasion.
And to the best of your knowledge, those cans are filled with manure and barn waste generated from the barn and the Wales chicken and livestock operations. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. I would just like to, and I really want to be expedient with the board here. We have numerous other folks here who are willing to testify, all the adjoining neighbors who actually live in the community, to support the whales and support what they do, their charitable work, and the continuation of their use. I am happy to do that in a condensed way, if the board would like. Council, I don't know if you have a...
I mean, if we could do it, I guess, I mean, if they're gonna say, I guess, if the testimony's gonna be to the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, if we could just summarize what that is through, whether it's through some of them, or they all acknowledge that, you know, or.
Maybe I could take a round, let's just...
We don't wanna
No.
have somebody not be able to speak. And
Correct.
provide testimony if that's what they wanna do.
Well, okay, so we have the Brown family who has spoken. Are there any other neighboring families who live in a very close proximity who have not got to speak? Families? Sure. So we have one, and anyone else? Okay, so we have 2.
Two.
So
How about-
one member from each household, come up, state your name,
Yes.
address, and
Right.
that they're in favor. That's all we
That's-
need. We
that's
don't
it.
need to talk about personalities or
Sure.
charitable work or
Yep,
anything
we'll
else.
go real
You know,
fast, yep.
We understand all that, we understand.
So how about the first family? Thank you.
Hi, Mary Plonsky, 416 Arbuckle Road. I reside there with my husband Donald, and we are just west of their property, kind of diagonal.
Okay. Now, Mary, how long have you lived on that property?
We were just disputing that. 15 years.
About 15 years. Okay. And are you aware of what the whales do on their property with regard to its testimony here with the animals and the chickens and the eggs?
Yes, I've actually been active with Cassie, giving to different charities and people in need.
Okay. In your opinion, do the whales have a negative impact on your quiet enjoyment of your property?
Not whatsoever.
Okay. Are you supportive of the whales and what they do with their
Absolutely.
property? And do you desire that they continue?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. And
Just, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Ms. Blonsky, you testified at the last hearing. Your house is 500 feet from the barn, is that correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And on your property, you testified that your property is a...
Mr. Baxton, on the microphone, please.
Your
Thank
property
you.
is a single-family residence, is that true?
That's correct.
And you testified that your house is approximately 4,000 square feet, a one-story home, that you have a three-car garage and an in-ground swimming pool, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Do you have a barn on the property?
I have a pole barn on the property.
You have a pole barn on the property, do you keep livestock?
I do not keep livestock.
Okay. No more questions, thank you.
I'm Shannon O'Sullivan. I reside at 333 Arbuckle Road. I've been there since 2006. It's an old farmhouse. There used to be an existing barn behind it. I keep chickens. I had about 40 at one point, but like they said earlier, the coyotes are really bad. I have about 2 left from the predators. I'm in support of the whales. I've been there forever. It's always clean. I've never had any issues with the neighbors that live in the neighborhood. I think we're all in agreement about that. They add to the community. Yeah, sorry, I'm cold. But I agree with them being able to do what they do. It adds to the neighborhood. It's great, it's positive, and for us that live there, we've never had any issues.
And so Shannon, you've been there since approximately when?
2006.
Okay. Now Shannon, do you recall, you recall the existing building on the Wales property?
Yes.
The barn?
It has been there as long as I can remember.
Okay. Do you recall chickens or other animals being in the barn?
Chickens.
Okay. Do you recall
Dragonfly.
chickens being there when you purchased your property? Approximately?
There's always been chickens,
Okay.
as far as I can remember.
So 2006, you're aware there were chickens in the property? Okay. No further questions.
Microphone, please.
Going to move to strike that testimony because, again, because of the issue preclusion argument that I've made.
Noted. Yeah.
We'd have the same responses.
And I'm sorry, I did not catch your name.
Shannon O'Sullivan.
Ms. O'Sullivan. You say that you keep chickens.
I do.
And do you have a coop on your property where you keep the chickens?
Yes, I do.
Where is the coop located?
On my property near the woodlands.
Okay, and,
The woodlands.
okay, and with regard, relative to your house, where is that coop located? Is it in the backyard, front
Yes,
yard,
because
side
there's
yard?
no room in the front yard, and it's a
Okay.
busy road. I'd hate to see them run over.
So your coop is in the backyard.
It's kitty corner next to the house.
And how many chickens do you keep?
I had 40 at one point, but like I said, the coyotes and the other predators took them out, so I am left with 2 currently.
You have 2
But I
at the
had
present
40.
time? Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have nothing further for our case in chief.
I was gonna ask for a brief, like 5 minutes to just hit the restroom and.
Yeah, let's take a brief recess, reconvene in 5 minutes, 9 o'clock, and then we'll go forward with Attorney Bax's case.
to the whole subdivision.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Hold on. Okay, if I could address the board, I realize we just closed our case, basically. We have one, and if council will stipulate with me here, we have one question of Mr. Brown that I think is relevant, is not repetitive. Could we ask Mr. Brown just one more question, because he grew up in the area?
Okay. Any objection?
And you can certainly cross it, just, I'll make it super brief.
No objection, we would suffer no prejudice by being asked the question.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, could I just call you back up for 1 second? Mr. Brown, thank you for your time. Mr. Brown, did you grow up in this community?
Yeah, not far from where I actually live now.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown, how old are you now, if I don't mind me asking?
I'll be 64.
Okay. And do you recall this barn in this location?
Oh, absolutely. When I was a kid, my dad worked at Penelec, which I'm sure everybody knows where that's at. And when I was a kid, we'd stop there, and they'd take me over to see a wine coop orchard. You're probably not young. You have no idea what it is. But you guys probably remember it was a wine coop orchard. That was the barn. The gray house, well, it's gray now, but the house directly across the street had like 2 or 3 outbuildings, and if you remember, one had a big cross on it. Because at the time, he was a self-proclaimed minister, and that pond on Gobieski's property was where they do baptisms.
Oh.
But my dad would go, you're talking apples, pears, blueberries. That whole area was the wine coop orchard, and that was their barn. That's how far back. And it was probably there before, like I said, I'm just gonna be 64, and my dad was taking when I was a kid, so.
Do you recall at this time were animals kept on this property?
I don't know, because we just would pull up and you could, pick your own apples, and that's what we did. We headed into the orchard, and then there was some on the side of the road for sale also.
But it was a fully functional farm at that point?
Fully functional.
From when the time you were a child?
And it was a big area. I mean, a lot of the orchard still there is on Mr. Gobieski's property. Actually, before Polonsky's built their house, it was loaded with apple trees, pear trees, plum trees, and even going back behind, partial of the way into the woods behind my house, heading north, there's still some apple trees back in there now. They're not in real great shape, but that whole area was just all fruit and big fruit farm, I guess you'd just say. But
So it was always a farm as long as historically
always,
you can
and,
recall?
yeah.
And that's from the point you were a child?
Yes.
Okay.
And may I follow up with a question? At that time, I'm assuming that the property was one larger parcel, correct? I mean, it was before any subdivision, before another family residence was put on.
Yeah, you really can't even consider it, we're rural, so there's really not a subdivision, but it was just a really large apple fruit farm. But that's what the barn, my point was, that's what the barn was built for, that's what they used it for, was that, so, and that's going back quite a ways.
Thank you. This one. Oh, sure, Council, go ahead.
When you say going back, the barn was used for the wine coop fruit farm.
Wine coop fruit farm, that's what the whole area was.
Do you remember what year Wine Coop sold that farm?
Well, I think what had happened was, I'm pretty sure the parents had passed away and the kids sold the farm off. The people who live there now are the Stefanellis.
What year did Wine Coop sell the Wine Coop orchard?
Oh, I wouldn't even be able to guess that.
Living in the area, would you agree that in 1978, the Golobiesky family acquired the acreage surrounding the Wales property?
I really don't know anything about the Gobieskis. I know my house was built in '78, and I have aerial footage of what was next to it in my property, but as far as,
Regarding the Wine Coop farm, do you recall whether Wine Coop stored, for example, seeds in the barn?
seeds,
Yeah, seeds.
I really wouldn't know why it would, because there's plenty of trees already grown.
Do you recall whether Mr. Wine Coop stored tractors in the barn?
Yes.
Do you recall whether he stored other farm implements in the barn, other farm machinery?
Whatever he needed for the fruit farm, but I know there was the tractors were in there because some of them you could go pick, and then the other ones they had out front, because the barn is close to the road, where the front doors are, is where they used to set up the fruit stand right there. So you can see into the barn and see what was in there, never actually went in there.
And so was the barn also used to store apples or other fruit?
Yeah,
Okay. And was the barn also used to store, for example, sprayers or other things to tend to the orchard?
that I don't remember seeing
Was
those.
the barn used to store mowers to tend to the orchard?
No, because I think that they used there were two big outbuildings behind the house. And one of them they used for he was, like I said, a self-proclaimed minister, and they would hold service there, and the other one was for whatever they used it for.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's all we have. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, but before we get into Attorney Bax's testimony, the counter on the one side is that there's also the request for the variance and the special exception for adaptive reuse. Arguably, the township would present its position with respect in responding to the case in chief of appellants. I'm happy to just rely on the brief with respect to the special exception use request. I can also ask Mr. Paz a very brief question. I just want to respect everybody's time, and I don't know if the board has a preference.
We'll stipulate to the brief and what it states. And
If you're satisfied with the brief, then,
And I'm fine with that.
okay,
So, in the interest of time and everybody's,
right.
so.
And we'll stipulate to the accuracy of the current ordinance and what requirements might be under special exceptions. So
Okay.
Okay.
And may I begin now, then? You may. Okay, thanks. I did want to ask Attorney Papa and counsel for the township whether or not we would stipulate to the admission of Goliath Exhibit C, which is the William G. All subdivision map. It's in Erie County Map Book 11-177, and it's the plot of the survey of these properties. It's the plot of the survey and subdivision is a Henry Walker survey of 1975, which contains both the Wales property and contains the residue, which is the Volgeski property.
if they're public records, counsel, we would stipulate to the
Yeah.
public records,
Okay.
yes.
Fine with me.
And now I'll call Gary Golubieski as a witness. Would you please state your name and your residential address?
Good evening. My name is Gary Golubeski, Gary T. Golubeski. My address is 856 West 51st Street, Erie, PA 16509.
And do you own property, the property that we've been discussing, that borders the Gold Wales property on three sides? Property along Footmill Road and Arbuckle Road?
Yes, I own 25 acres, and it abuts on the west side, the south side, and the east side of the Wales 2-acre parcel.
And with what frequency are you on that property?
I visit it, well, sometimes I visit it during the winter. I don't visit it much at all. I'll go there after bad weather. Recently, I've been visiting it more because of the issues at hand, just to drive by and see what's happening, because my property has been getting disturbed a lot more in the last year and a half.
And what is the disturbance?
Some personal property destruction.
You're not accusing the Wales of doing that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. But those are other issues, and that's part of the reason why you've been coming with some frequency?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you tell us, how is the property configured?
My property or the Wales
Your
property?
property?
My property is a rectangle. It's 25 acres. I believe it's 1,350 feet long along Arbuckle Road. It has 2 parcels cut out of it. It has Sue Clem's property, which is on the east corner of Foot Mill and Arbuckle, and she has .6 acres. And then the Wales have 2 acres, and it's basically in the center of that 1,350-foot run. And the depth of it is about 1,090 feet or something to that effect.
Do you have a structure on the property?
Yeah, there is a block barn that we use for storing equipment while my dad was revigorating the orchard and doing that for pastime.
And what equipment do you have stored in there now?
There are sprayers, various mowers, tractors, garden tractors for cutting the lawn, although I've stepped up to using a large finish mower and stuff for doing that. Bigger tractor, diesel tractor, 35 horsepower diesel tractor.
You heard Mr. Brown discuss the Wynkoop Farm. Is your property consisting in some part of the Wynkoop Farm?
Yeah, part of my property, well, actually, all of my property at one time was the Wynkoop Farm. There's another parcel of the Wynkoop Farm across the road, across Arbuckle Road to the north. And on our parcel, there was two apple orchards and a pear orchard.
When did your family acquire your property?
In 1978, I believe July of 1978.
And since that time, what is the frequency that you visited the property?
Well, when my dad first bought it, my brothers and I, we went up there to get rid of some of the clutter and attempt to revigorate the trees. The trees were overgrown for about 25 years. They hadn't been taken care of. But approximately at that time, they were estimated to be 80 years old. And we would be up there during that time every day after work for a year and a half.
Did you know, and you've been there every year since 1978?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you've been there at least several times a year?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you've been there several times a month?
Yes.
We've heard about Roger Hewlett, who owned the Wales property, a predecessor entitled. Did you know Roger Hewlett?
Yes, I did. Very nice man.
And could you describe, were you aware of his acquaintance with your father?
Yes. Very good friends. Very good friends. His first wife, Elsie, she was also very good friends with my mom.
And with regard to your knowledge of Mr. Hewlett, for how long did you know Roger Hewlett?
I knew him up until the time he sold in 2007.
And at any time during the time period that Roger Hewlett owned the property, did you ever know him to own livestock or chickens?
To be honest with you, I never saw an animal up there when Roger Hewlett had that property.
You mentioned your mother, and you heard Mrs. Wales today say that she had a good relationship with your mother. What was your mother's name?
My mother's name was Eleanor.
And Eleanor Golubeski.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, your mother has passed away, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, approximately the last year that your mother was ever at the Footmill Road, Arbuckle Road property?
It would have to be before 2000. It would have to be.
Where did your mother live from, say, 2010 until the time? What was the year of your mother's death?
2019.
And where did your mother live
She resided at the Regency for a short time. She resided at the Independence Court, and she resided at St. Mary's, and she resided at Sarah Reed in her final days.
And can you describe your mother's health from 2010 onward?
My mother had severe dementia.
Did she ever visit the property from 2010 until her death in 2019?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, did your mother ever speak of knowing Cassandra Wells?
No.
I'm going to ask you the relevance of this chain of questioning. I think what our question was previously was there ever an issue raised by the previous owner, and that was the answer. So I don't know where we're going.
And the answer was no, I had a good relationship.
Never said that. Never said that. Never said that. I don't know where we're going.
That's what my notes say.
I mean, we'll have to look at the record on that.
We'll move on. Thank you. But that's offered for impeachment purposes.
Understood.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as Golubiesky Exhibit D. It's a series of photographs there. And those are, how many photographs, Mr. Golubiesky?
21?
And I want you to look at those photographs. I think that you're familiar with them. Can you tell me who took those photographs?
Of those garbage bins on T1, I took that. On D2, I took that.
I think we stipulated D1 through.
I don't think we officially did, but I think I was trying to get to there. It didn't happen.
I kept hearing objections and protests about a lack of authentication.
But
the first ones were admitted at the prior hearing.
They were permitted at the prior hearing. I guess if we can all stipulate to those, the ones, what is it? It was D1 through D10?
Yes.
Okay.
And now we're, through D9.
D-
So I'll direct Mr. Golubiesky's attention now moving forward to photographs D10 through D21. And I'll ask you to take a look at those photographs. And just generally, Mr. Golubiesky,
Okay.
were you the photographer
Yes, I
of
was.
those photographs?
I was the photographer of D10, of D11, of D12, of D13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And is there anything else, sir?
Now,
Yeah.
with regard to exhibits D10 through D21, were all of those photographs taken in calendar year 2022?
Yes, they were.
During calendar year 2022, were you frequently in the neighborhood and on your property?
Yeah, I'd say, well, I would go there during the summertime and stuff like that to cut. And, well, this was going through appeal and stuff, I wasn't there frequently, no. I mean, I was there once or twice a week.
Can I ask, there's a dwelling on this property?
Pardon?
There's a home on this property?
No, there's no home.
There is no home, so it's.
I have a barn up there, or I should say there's a barn there that was used to store equipment. I have a lot of my own personal things in there as far as boats, tools. I would go up there.
It's just property that you maintain?
I maintain it, yeah. I cut about
accordingly.
8 acres of the grass, 8 or 9 acres of the grass. Do that every week or every other week when it stops growing a lot. That's about it.
What are we looking to establish with the frequency of?
Just foundation, so he can testify as to what he sees and how often it's occurring. These are foundational. So based on your visits to your property, you're able to see the Wales property, is that correct?
Yes.
The property surrounds it on three sides.
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you've been there, have you had an opportunity to observe the Wales keeping up chickens on the property?
Yes.
And this is post zoning hearing board decision of January of 2022, when the opinion came out. So throughout calendar year 2022, you've observed the Wales chickens on the property.
Yes.
To your knowledge, have the Wales, based on your observations, have you observed the Wales cut back or in any way conform to either the prior 2021 ordinance that was in effect at the time of the December hearing, or the new ordinance that came into effect in the spring of 2022?
No, nothing's changed. It's basically the same.
And can you estimate the number of chickens that you see on the Wales property throughout the year?
I've probably seen as many as 80 or 100. I usually only see 40, 50, 30, something like that, usually. It was pretty much the same the prior year, you know, even though there was a lot of chickens there, I didn't see them all.
With regard to the photographs that we have here, taking a look at photograph D10. Can you describe what this photograph depicts?
Pardon?
Could you describe what photograph D10 depicts?
That's a miniature horse and a pot-bellied pig.
When you took that photograph, what property were you standing on?
I was
Your
on my,
property or
I was,
Wales property?
I was standing on my property.
And did you use any magnification
No,
to take that photograph?
no, that's just a regular cell phone.
How close is Wales fence to your common boundary line with Wales?
Well, there's it varies. His fence at approximately the location there is about 3 feet. Maybe 2.5 feet. I have a sign that's there in the corner, and it's actually set back a few inches, so.
If we turn to to photograph D11.
Yes.
You took this photograph, what does it depict?
One of the pot-bellied pigs.
That's one of the two that we've heard about?
Yes.
There is a square sign there.
Yes.
What is that square sign?
It's a posted sign that I posted there 2 days after the property was surveyed, and it had been twisted and deformed around. Somebody had taken it and twisted it 180 degrees, and after I made a complaint about it, they twisted it partially back. That's why it's facing the way it is.
I'm just kidding. The relevance of all this, I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna ask, I've asked what that sign was. I'm gonna say, where is that sign located? Is that on your property, or is that on the Wales property?
It is set back onto my property, yes.
So the common boundary line is somewhere between that sign and the fence, is that correct?
Yes, and if you look down the fence line, it goes down, from there it goes down about 200 feet. And at the other end, it's only, the property line is maybe only 6 inches from my property line.
Again, I'm just going to check because I know that my clients have numerous complaints against Mr. Gillespie trespassing on their property. I mean, bizarrely taking all these pictures of someone's property without their permission. I'm just wondering if we can get to where this is relevant to their proposed use, and did they accidentally hit their sign or something?
Are you just establishing the distance from the
I'm
property line?
establishing the distance and the location of the boundary line with regard to the unlawful use and zoning violation.
We'll stipulate to the boundary line, that's already in evidence then.
Attorney Bax, if you could ask, how far is the boundary from the fence? You know, more directed questions. You asking him how many chickens, they've stipulated 200 chickens. They've stipulated that nothing has changed, and you're asking him the same questions. They would incriminate themselves on how many there are if he's not saying anything
Okay.
worse.
I can clear it up and make a general statement. The one side is 6 or 8 inches from the property. This side is 2.5 to 3 feet, and the back boundary goes from a foot to maybe 3 feet.
You're talking the distance from the fence line to the property line?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Taking a look at photograph D12. What does this photograph depict?
Trash cans on Arbuckle Road with barn waste in them, in front of the Wales barn.
How do you know farm waste is in it?
I can see the straw coming through.
It's been stipulated that, it's been stipulated in the trash cans, it's been stipulated there is some farm waste in the trash cans, I just don't know. So we will stipulate that these photographs are trash cans. We've got a range of testimony from 6 to 7 all the way up to 15. There doesn't appear to be more than that. I just don't know. Again, there's 17 pictures of trash cans. We've admitted trash cans.
Is there something different that?
Have we stipulated, we now know that Mr. Golubieski has authenticated all of these photographs. We stipulate to their admissibility.
They're admissible.
Yes.
It's bizarre. He took them without permission, but they're admissible, yes.
Well, first of all, I'm taking them from the street, and I can take any pictures from the street that I like.
Let's not get into personal,
We're not interested in who
guys.
took them, where they took them from, any of that. Pictures have been taken.
And let me just clear that up then, and I don't want to belabor this. Did you ever enter Wales property to take pictures of their chicken and livestock operations?
No.
We have, let's move to photograph D16. What is photograph D16?
D16 is, I believe, horse manure.
And where is that portion of the barnyard located?
It's on the east side of the barn, the southeast side of the barn.
Is it located in front of the house?
The barn is located in front of the house, and the pen is also still in front of the house, yes.
And that barnyard with the manure is also located in front of the house?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that picture D18 is a photograph of the chickens free ranging?
Yes.
And again, that photograph is taken from your property?
Yes. And can I make just one little addition about those last 3 photographs? Those 3,
What are the numbers?
17, 18, and 16, 17, and 18. I took those photographs immediately following news that I heard that there was going to be an appeal regarding a violation of keeping animals there in the barn. And also, I also knew that the new ordinance included, they needed to be penned in the backyard. And the one picture clearly shows that there's no pen in the backyard.
And I'll refer you to photograph D20.
Yes.
The photograph, what does the photograph show in the foreground?
It shows chickens.
Shows the barn, a barnyard,
Yep.
chickens?
Yeah.
And what does it show at the rear of it? Is that the front of Wales House?
Yeah, that's the front of the Wales house, yes, correct.
So this establishes then that the barn and chickens and other animals are kept in a location not behind the Wales House, but
Testifying
in front of
I was
Wales House.
objecting.
Well, that's leading, okay. What is this photograph intended to show?
It's intended to show chickens behind the house, or, pardon me, behind the barn in front of the house.
You previously testified in the prior hearing about the location of the barn, the pond. So with regard to your farm pond, approximately what is the distance between your farm pond and Wales fence on the east side of the property?
The barn itself corner is about 130 feet, and since the fence gradually gets closer to the pond, I would say the fence comes within about 110 feet of the pond. And I found that out I'm a retired engineer, by a ratio and proportion scaling method, utilizing their 70 by 50-foot barn roof, given that number in the appropriate scale with the Google pictures, and deriving the number from the corner of the barn to the pond.
Mr. Golubevsky, you heard Mr. Stewart provide testimony here today, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have conversation with Mr. Stewart as to why he and his partner Jen Boza decided to move to Waterford?
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
going to object. Are we asking for hearsay here? You could have asked Mr. Stewart these questions. Is he asking what Mr. Stewart said? I believe that's what he's about to do. I don't.
Can you rephrase?
Mr. Stewart, clarify why he moved.
Did you ever learn any reason why Mr. Stewart moved to Waterford?
I would just, Mr. Stewart has testified to this. I don't think those questions were relevant either, but I have no idea why Mr. Gillespie's impression of the reasons Mr. Stewart moved were relevant to this appeal.
Yeah, I think we're fishing here.
Can I remark on that, please?
I don't think he can. We're
If
objecting.
it's, yeah, I mean, I think at this juncture, that's,
Did you ever, okay, we'll move on. Did you ever have any conversations with Jen Boza about moving from the Arbuckle Road property to Waterford?
Yeah, we're talking, I don't know. I'm just going to object on the conversation with him.
I guess the line of questioning is,
It's about whether or not, prior owner recognized the fact that you could not keep livestock.
and I think you asked Mr. Stewart that question, and, I mean,
And
that
now I'm
wasn't,
asking somebody who also owned the property and is not here.
and I guess it's hearsay. I mean, I guess, you can ask the question, you can answer it, I mean, and we note the objection from council.
So he's asking what a person who isn't here.
One at a time, please.
Sorry. I guess my objection would be he's asking a person that isn't here when she thought the previous owner, I don't know what's going on.
All I'm asking,
Jerry never had a conversation with my wife.
all I am asking right now, solicitor, is that the hearsay rules be applied equally. The hearsay rules were very loose early in.
We'll take,
Well, that's
we'll
fine.
ta- we'll take it, you can ask the question, you can answer it, I mean,
I frankly don't know the answer to this question.
okay.
Did you ever have,
And we note council's objection.
We object to this. Our hearsay objection was simply about the age of the barn, which then we stipulated and we dropped the hearsay, so I don't think
Right.
we need to go fishing.
We note the objection, go
Right.
ahead. Attorney Bags.
with regard to Jen Boza, did you ever have any conversation with Jen Boza about animals being kept in the barn or horses being kept or not kept in the barn?
No. Wish I could have answered that earlier and put all that to rest like that.
With regard to, were you aware of any livestock that was kept on the property at the time the Whales purchased the property?
I saw well, I was going to say the Stewarts, but I saw John Stewart's. They had 8 or 10 chickens at one time for about 4 years. I saw those. They were roaming on my property. I never said anything about it. They didn't bother me. That was the most I had ever seen. I never had any conversations about meat chickens. I never said, get those chickens the hell off my property. I never saw them on his property. They were always on my property. And it was the last 4 years he was there. And I wasn't really even 100% sure for a good portion of that time that they were his.
I have no more questions for you. One thing. Can you smell the barnyard or barn odor from your property?
Yes. And I can smell it for at least 600 or 700 feet when it's bad.
On times when you're at the pond, can you smell the barn and barnyard?
Yes.
At times when you're in the remains of the Wincoop Orchard, which is to the west side of the property, can you smell the barn?
No.
Okay. When you're behind the Wales property in the vicinity of the woods, can you smell the barn there?
No.
Okay. So where can you smell the barn? What side of your property? What's the area of the property?
On the east side of his barn going towards Footmill Road, I can smell it all the way down to Sue Clem's house, which she's on the corner. And in fact, we had a discussion this past summer about it.
Of you and Sue?
Yes. I stopped there once this past summer talked to her on her porch, and the first sentence out of her mouth. I will say that I smelled the chickens that night nearly down to her house, but not all the way to her house.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Golobeski.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very brief, trustee. Mr. Gillespie, again, you don't reside on this property, correct?
No, Mr. Papa, I do not.
Okay. And taking photos, did you have permission to take any of those photos from my clients?
No, I did not.
Okay. No further questions.
Yeah.
David
Hold on, Mr. Golobeski.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
So you did testify that Mr. Stewart, you saw, what was it, 10 or so chickens? You saw some chickens on the property? that
Yeah,
Mr. Stewart had.
maybe 10 at the most. I usually
Some
saw
number.
7 or 8 running on my property, usually by the road.
The previous owner, and I can't remember the name.
Mr. Roger Hewlett?
Roger Hewlett.
Yeah.
Did he have any chickens when he was there?
I never
that you
saw a chicken there.
Okay.
I mean, we never talked about chickens. I had some business dealings with the guy, and he was the a sales engineer for Miller Fluid Power, and I was in the engineering field. So I had done some, he was one of my suppliers at one time. We had common interest, you know. He liked old tractors, he fixed tractors.
But to your knowledge, what was the barn used for at that time?
For storage. He had
Okay.
stored boats and cars, and quite a few motorhomes actually behind the barn. There was plenty of times I saw 6 or 8 vehicles in the barn and 2 or 3 motorhomes behind the barn.
Okay.
Do you recall approximately the time of ownership when he acquired the property, when he sold it?
Mr. Hewlett?
Mr. Hewlett, sorry.
Yeah, he acquired it actually about a year after we acquired it. There was a fella named Becker that lived there for 2 years. He bought it off a fella named Becker.
So what year was that approximately?
1979 was when Roger Hewlett bought it,
And then he sold it?
2007. And if I could, I'd like to make like one comment about some of the information that Mr. Brown gave. He was,
I would again object out of the, I think the witnesses were giving comments, I think council sees
Yeah, if
questions.
there's, what, I mean, if there's a.
I'll ask a question. You heard the testimony of Mr. Brown today, correct?
yes.
And do you have anything to present to the board that would shed light on Mr. Brown's testimony?
It's an objection because it calls for a narrative, that's not admissible. He's calling for a speech.
The objection's noted, and, you know, we've been fairly lax with the standards, so.
I just thought it was a little bit inaccurate because there was another person that lived in the property that he was talking about between the Wine Coops and the Stefanellis. And also, he was mixing up some of the properties across the street on the north side of Arbuckle with the Wales Barn.
None of that's really, I guess.
Okay.
necessarily
No,
relevant.
it's not really relevant,
Yeah.
you know?
Okay.
I was just kind of floored because it wasn't relevant and it wasn't accurate. And
Now, thank you, Gary. At this time, we would move on, unless there are other further questions. At this time, we would be in a position to call Mr. Golubieski's two brothers, who would corroborate basically what Mr. Golubieski said. That may be cumulative, and it's late in the evening, and we will not call them. I think at the last hearing, we had a stipulation that if they testified, they would testify similar to Mr. Golubieski, and we did not have them testify. And I'm wondering if we can have a similar stipulation tonight, that in lieu of calling Mr. Golubieski's two brothers, that we would, and their names are David and
Raymond.
That in lieu of their testimony, we could stipulate that they would testify similarly to the way that Mr. Golubieski has testified tonight.
Are David and Raymond here this evening?
They are.
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
I have no objection.
all right, no objections, that's fine.
And with that, we have no further witnesses to call.
Okay.
Any other,
I have no additional witnesses.
okay, any comments from the public that haven't had an opportunity to speak, that want to speak?
Hold on, please. You need to approach, state name and address, please.
I'm Dawn Brown. I live at 436 Arbuckle Road, directly across the street from the Whales. We smell nothing coming from that barn. We are the closest house to that property. Mr. Golubieski does not live there, but he is there daily. And I do want to say that if the people that really reside in that area have no complaints about this, and I understand that there's rules and they're put in place for a reason, but what I don't understand is if someone who physically lives there and all of the neighbors are supporting this and have no problem with it, I'd please hope you give them the consideration of at least listening to this and really thinking about what they're doing for the community and what they're doing for our neighborhood. It's really disheartening when you see someone putting out good and there's one bad seed that's trying to take that away from a whole community. And I just hope you give them consideration.
Can I remark on that?
Can I call back Mr. Golubieski and ask him a specific question? Sure. Mr. Golubieski, you just heard yourself being described as being a bad seed for opposing the.
Relevance to this, I don't,
Yeah,
we understand.
what are we-
We understand.
I'm asking,
Well, if that was worthy to be heard, I think this is worthy to be heard too.
why, what is the basis for your opposing the use of multiple livestock and 200, 300 chickens on property that's within 4 feet of your boundary line? Is it, and I'm animosity towards the whales or some other reason?
That property is very valuable property. That frontage along Arbuckle Road is very valuable. If any of you wanted to purchase a piece of property, you certainly wouldn't want the one that was 4 feet from that barn. Or would you want any of the ones to the east of that barn, which is the prevailing wind? That is why I testified that I do not smell it in the orchard on the other side, and I do not smell it to the south. And the smell that comes off there in the summertime is putrid. And it depends on the weather and it depends on the wind. And the value of those lots to the east side would seriously be affected.
I'm going to object to valuation of real estate evidence. There's no one's an expert here in valuing it.
Can I ask, is that property for sale?
It is not at the time, but it certainly will be at one point in time. And with the way things are going there lately, it's probably going to be sooner, and an engineer is going to be brought in, and it's going to be developed. And maybe someday shortly, I'll be standing here in front of you asking permission to subdivide that property. And I would certainly think that all of you would think it would be advantageous to Mill Creek, and it would be advantageous to me if I got a reasonable dollar for those lots instead of something that smells.
Now, with regard to, I'm going to show you the notification letter for the January 25th hearing. It's similar to the one that was sent out for this hearing tonight. Would you please read what's in the bottom of that notice?
Any variance granted stays with the property forever, along with any conditions imposed by the zoning hearing board.
And so, what is your concern about forever? Do you have any concerns that variances being granted will survive Wales' ownership of the property?
Yes,
So if Wales decided to sell the property tomorrow, whoever gets it would be entitled to use the barn for whatever purpose, for livestock and chickens, if it was granted.
well, apparently, maybe they have the same thoughts. There's a barn there, let's put animals in it. And if they were to sell it to someone, and, you ruled in my favor today, would they disclose the information that they cannot, or they?
I'm going to object on relevance, and also the variance standard gives the board, as I'm sure the board is aware, and the solicitor is aware, variance standard gives the board the authority to craft reasonable conditions that go with the variance and to tailor a variance to whatever the particular use is. So I think we're just speculating here.
Yeah.
And with Mr. Holgas's answer, we finished. Thank you for your patience tonight. It's late.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to convene.
I would like to make a closing statement, if I could. I didn't have a chance to closing statement.
We have one. Yeah, before we do the closing statement, go ahead. Yeah.
My name is Alyssa Wales. I'm the daughter of Steve and Cassie Wales. I have lived on the property. I'm 23, and I'll be 23 in a couple weeks. I've lived on the property for quite some time. I've had the pleasure of working with some of the rescues and the animals that we've had to work with. My little brother and sister, and I don't know if this is relevant, but I feel like it needs to be said. My little brother and sister are 8 and 6, and they are absolutely terrified of the consistent photos of the same thing.
We're not going to get into personal disputes or not for tonight, so
That's fair. I just,
I
like,
understand.
with the chickens, he stated with other property owners that there hasn't been an issue with them having chickens on his property, and our chickens are not on his property. So I just feel like that needs to be noted, and he doesn't live in the area, and that was stated, so, thank you.
They didn't have that many.
Okay, Mr. Bax, briefly.
Yeah, again, thank you for your patience tonight. was here in December of 2021 with the appeal, and the zoning hearing board ruled in his favor and found many facts that established that the Wales operation of the property at that time was unlawful. That's exactly what Judge Mead held in his opinion, and that opinion is binding on Wales under the prior ordinance. The question is, with the new ordinance, does it apply? And we would argue that the findings of fact apply, and that relitigation of the history of the barn is precluded under issues of collateral estoppel. That's because the prior illegal use of the property by Wales that causes this current variance request are the same. They were fully litigated before this board in 2021, before Judge Mead, and that they should not be able to apply for the variance because the basic facts have been established as a matter of law. The question is, how are those same facts, which should not be relitigated, how are those same facts applied to the current ordinance? I will say this, Mr. Golubieski understands that during the course of the prior unsuccessful appeal by Wales, that Mill Creek Township decided to attempt to accommodate people situated like the Waleses. That's shown in the new CR district. That's shown by being able to keep 18 chickens. But along with that, 18 chickens for a 2-acre parcel, along with two livestock on a 2-acre parcel, there were additional restrictions that were kept, which are not followed in this instance. We had the 10-foot setbacks for the chickens, the 50-foot setbacks for the livestock. None of that can be met. Same boundary line, same distance between barn and boundary line, different standard, but the facts are precluded from being relitigated. We have facts, full and fair opportunity to litigate what the barn was used for the last time. But with the new ordinance, which contains accommodations for people who have desires like the Wales, they're permitted to keep 18 chickens. The chickens have to be kept behind the house. They're permitted to keep livestock. Livestock has to be kept behind the house. And this is overwhelming evidence tonight that the chickens, the 200 chickens that are admitted to, the 200 chickens and ducks, the pigs, and the horses are all kept basically in the front yard. Side front yard, but front yard. It's all in front of the house. It's all directly upon Arbuckle Road. We suggest to the board that the variance should not be granted, that there is no hardship, and that you can't grandfather in an illegal use. And for better or for worse, and despite anything Attorney Pompa says, Judge Mead, in an opinion that was not appealed from, Judge Mead found that Wales' use of the property in 2021 was an illegal use. It can't be grandfathered in. It's contrary to the law that Judge Mead specifically found. So that being said, and also with the adaptable reuse, I'll stand by what the solicitor's office has filed, what we have also filed, which is that this does not qualify for adaptive reuse. It's simply precluded by that. Doesn't meet any of the criteria. And for it to meet an adaptive reuse, it would also have to meet the criteria of the limitations of number and the limitation of location. They're not doing that. They're not in compliance. It's an illegal use and it violates the zoning code. That's our position tonight. Thank you for listening to us, and we appreciate your patience.
Well, the board would entertain a brief closing for me as well. Thank you to everyone here for your time. Thank you, council, and I think it was a spirited debate this evening. Just very briefly, what's the purpose of zoning? Why are we all here? Why do we do zoning? Zoning is to protect what you're doing. It's protect your neighbor, right? What I'm doing with my property shouldn't negatively impact my neighbor, shouldn't negatively impact their quiet enjoyment of property. And I think we've seen from the testimony tonight, the Wales from their actual neighbors, the people who live in this community, have universal support for what they're doing. This is an extremely good and positive thing. And, Judge Mead, I respect Judge Mead, but Judge Mead does not supersede the United States and the Pennsylvania Constitution. Those constitutions give folks the right to continue their use if they were doing it before the applicable restriction came in. And further, all zoning restrictions should be liberally construed in favor of the landowner. This is a new appeal. This is a new ordinance. This is a new day. And the evidence, this was new facts were submitted tonight, and that's okay. New facts can emerge. And the facts have clearly established, and Mr. Gablowski established too, that there were chickens and this place was being used for housing livestock prior to 2011, which is the most recent reiteration of the ordinance that placed those restrictions on there. In Pennsylvania, to have someone abandon their prior use, there has to be an actual abandonment, and then even if there is an actual abandonment, there has to be a subjective intent to abandon. And there has been no evidence establishing any sort of intent to abandon. In fact, the evidence has shown that this has been a farm and a barn that's been used for the things that farms and barns are used for as long as anyone can go back here and remember. Alternatively, we would talk about, we're going to rely upon our brief for some of our other arguments, but we feel, variance is really applicable here. We think that there was a move from the board recognizing that it's good to keep chickens. People like that. People can do a lot of good, especially with the pandemic, especially with the idea of getting back to the soil, getting back to the land. And the board did carve out provisions in there. But we feel that variances, if there's no impact on the community and there's no alteration of the character, and all the actual neighbors testified to that variances can give folks some more liberty to use their property. The entire yard is fenced in. The chickens aren't trespassing anywhere. And the next door neighbors all say there's no smell, there's no negative impact. So we think that the facts here and the law here have clearly established a legal non-conforming use to continue to use this barn use because it predates all applicable code regulations. But we think alternatively that if the board wants to narrowly tailor this down, that a theory of variance is something that can be considered because there is no alteration to the community. There's no alteration to the character of the community. I think people like the Waleses should be encouraged, should be admired, and should be supported by their local government, especially when all the neighbors support them as well. So we thank you for your time.
Do you have anything?
In the interest of time, I will refer you to the memorandums that we submitted in support of our position with respect to the enforcement notice that was sent out by Mr. Puz. Based on the testimony this evening from Mr. Puz as well as Mrs. Wales, we don't feel that enough has been established to determine that there is a lawful pre-existing use of the property. Judge Mead's decision, based on your board's previous decision, indicated that the use of the barn for storage of livestock and chickens was not in existence previously. Certainly there is a new zoning ordinance, however, that does not, because there was no prior use established, there would need to be a change of use requested, and none has been requested. The number of chickens is on the property, certainly, as testimony from Mrs. Wales, well exceeds the 18 permitted on a 2-acre lot, and there are additional livestock, 2 additional than required, permitted under the ordinance. So we would just respectfully request that the enforcement notice of violation be upheld.
Okay. Well, we're going to convene and discuss the case. Okay, let the record show, we reconvened at 11:05 PM. On appeal number 23-4, Bob and Amy Edelman, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the variances as requested.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So moved. Appeal number 23-5, Cafaro Peach Creek Joint Venture Partnership. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
I will second.
I will abstain.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 You're abstaining? So moved. Appeal number 23-6, Erie Humane Society.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I will second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
You're opposed? So
Yes.
all opposed, nay. So we have 2 for Scott and I, and you are opposed. So moved. Appeal number 23-2, continuation of Stephen L. Wales and Cassandra Wales. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal on all grounds.
And I will second that motion. Do I have ayes to deny? Aye.
Aye.
All approved to deny? So moved. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So moved.